Breaking news: streamer found streaming a special news bulletin. More news to come. Hello, Torch and Rose. Let me see. I think everything's set. I hope everything's set correctly. Well, I guess we'll find out. How's everyone doing tonight? Looks like everything's going good. Looks like everything is... Jesus. It was a... Okay, it says... Well, we'll find out, I guess. Alright. So, let's see if Pumpkin is still here. Hey, sexy lady. You're still muted, so if you're responding to me...
Just fixing something on my end.
Alright, there we go. There's my sexy lady. How you doing?
I won't answer to that, but...
Fair enough. Alright. I'm just wrapping everything up, making sure I have everything good to go. On my end, I think I do. Possibly. Okay. And Torch, just to verify, you could hear him fine, right? Hope so.
Hello, Torch.
Okay. Good. Alright. Then I think we got that. I think I actually set the shit up correctly for once in my life. Nice. Alright. Let me just do one last thing. There we go. Put that on. Bring that down. Alright. I think we're good. And then the last... Oh, you know what? That's always the last thing I do. And it's... Like, I should probably do this first to make sure it doesn't need any updates or anything like that. But let me see. Okay. Looks like it's working right. Alright. So I think that's working. Alright. Alright. Ooh. Dum, 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 dum. Alright. Boom, 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 dum, 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 dum. Alright. Alright. You ready to go, buddy?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's hope this works. Hello. Alright. Hello. How you doing, buddy?
I'm alright. Yourself?
I can't complain. So, do you want to go ahead and you do the introduction? Why don't you tell everyone what we're doing tonight?
Why? Like, okay. Dickhead. I guess we're top 10 horror movies of all time, in our humble opinions.
Mm-hmm.
This is opinion-based, except for number 1. That is a fact.
So it's funny. I will say that when we do get to that, mine aren't necessarily in order. Because wherever we matched up, wherever we had something similar, I just moved it to where it was on your list so that we'd match up. But number 1 and number 2 for both of us is exact.
Is it?
Well, we don't match up for them. I'm just saying. Except for number 1.
Oh yeah, number 1 is number 1. You know,
yeah,
if
but
you look at my camera view, you might be able to figure out what that is.
I mean, I can see it right behind you. You look lovely tonight, by the way. You look great.
In
What's
my
that shirt you're wearing? Serious gourmet. Okay, so that's a Pulp
Pulp
Fiction
Fiction.
shirt. Got it. Got it. All right.
I can't wear this out in public too often.
Why not? What's wrong with
Oh, I don't care, but
it?
I just have to remember what the shirt says.
What does it say?
Shit. Well, it's also one of my few RoboCop shirts I can't wear out in public.
Is it the one that says, "Do you remember that time RoboCop shot that guy in the dick"?
Oh no, I'll wear that one first. The other one is a picture of Oettinger, and it says, "I have a problem. Cops don't like me, and I don't like cops."
Oh man, come on, let's go out, and I think you should wear that everywhere we go.
I've worn it in public.
Yeah,
But
how'd that go over, man?
dude, in the last year, there's not a whole lot of people out, so if pandemic wasn't a thing, we'd be at Monster Mania right now.
That is true. Our yearly, or not yearly, twice yearly?
Yeah, we usually go to both.
Yeah. Yes, that's Pumpkin right over there. Isn't he pretty? I think he's pretty. He's another smexy beast. I agree, Crows. I agree. Most
Excuse
definitely.
me 1 second. I have a troll in my chat. It is not a fact. Exorcist is #1, not Halloween. Well, AA battery, you can eat a turd.
Oh, yeah, that dude doesn't know what he's talking about, man.
No.
I don't think that even cracked either of our top 10s there, Harris.
Harris, you want a funny story? The first time I saw that movie, it was the 2001 re-release. Saw it with my mom, laughed my fucking balls off the entire time. That was the funniest movie I had seen in my life. I appreciate it now, but first time, you know, no movie can live up to that hype.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. To be fair, that movie is definitely a product of its time.
Here's the thing. If I could go back and see any movie in the theater when it was released, it wouldn't be Halloween. It wouldn't even be Jaws. It'd be The Exorcist.
It would be... Wait, really?
Dude, how many movies do you ever hear of where people are puking in the theater, running out and screaming, fainting? Like, I want to see that shit. Preferably the screening that Richard Pryor was in with Paul Mooney. When the story goes that when her head spins around, Richard Pryor and Paul Mooney ran out of the theater.
I mean, back in the day, man, that was that's like landmark, right? Like nothing really like that had been released, and like the special effects alone, people thought were actually real.
It's the fact that the priest in that movie, the old priest, is maybe late 40s, early 50s in that movie.
The old priest?
Yep. That's Max von Sydow. And he was maybe in his 50s, if that. Okay. That's how good that makeup is. That I legitimately
thought he was an old man.
I'm like, all right, that's just an old actor.
Huh.
No, that guy's old as shit. Looking at that.
Well, I mean, yeah, fair enough. Jesus, right? Really? He was... I can't believe it. Okay. I always thought he was older in that movie. Like, I thought it was legit.
Now I gotta look. Okay, so he was 1929. That movie was like 71, 72. So yeah, he's early 50s.
Early 50s. Jesus Christ. Huh. Yeah, I never would have guessed that. He looked the age that he was supposed to.
Oh yeah, that's how good the makeup is in that movie.
And hello, Laura. How you doing? Welcome. So me and Pumpkin, this is probably going to be something we're going to try to do
fairly regularly.
Yeah, fairly regularly, where the two of us just get on here and kind of bullshit about stuff. And since we're both kind of, I don't know if you can tell by Pumpkin's room there, you might not be able to realize that that he's a horror movie nut.
Oh, here, if you go over, I can just say what they are.
Okay, we got Halloween, obviously, above you,
Yes.
to your left, or I guess your right, my left.
Next to that is a Mondo Conjuring poster.
Conjuring, okay.
Then next to me is the poster that I had Peter Weller sign for RoboCop, where I made him laugh
Why did you make him laugh?
because I had him write, "Madam, I will notify a rape crisis center." I can't imagine too many people ask him to sign that. The only other horror on that wall, a signed picture of Sid Haig dressed up as Santa Claus.
Okay, that had to be from a Monster Mania, right?
Yeah, I think that was probably when we first met him.
Okay.
And next to the Dark Knight is a Mondo Jason Lives poster.
Which I'm jealous of.
Spoiler, that movie may be mentioned later.
Speaking of which, before we get into all that, you were and I were, well, I guess we both are, huge fans of a movie called Behind the Mask: The Rise of Leslie Vernon.
Yes.
So for years and years they've been trying to get, or they were, I guess, trying to get a sequel or prequel or something.
It was, as they described it, was a pre-sequel boot.
It
was like all three.
Wait, say it again.
Pre-sequel boot. Like literally at one point, that was how they referred to it, was a pre-sequel boot.
How does that work?
Fuck if I know.
Okay.
But since you mentioned said movie,
yeah, and that is a signed standee that he's holding up by Nathan Beazle, I'm assuming. Yeah.
And next to my door is the action figure of said character that we both own.
Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to talk about that, not the movie briefly, but like how we came across that movie, if that makes sense.
Well, that movie is 2000. When did that come out? Let me look.
Behind the Mask: The Rise of Leslie Vernon. Mask, 2006.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So
that was 15 years
so
ago.
I'll say 14, 15 years ago, it was a trip to Monster Mania.
And for the uninitiated, what is Monster Mania?
It was a horror convention we've been going to longer than that in New Jersey.
Yeah, Monster Mania, it's held 3 times a year. 2 times in New Jersey, 1 time in Virginia?
Baltimore. So
Baltimore.
More or less.
Baltimore, sorry. No, let's get it right.
Once in Connecticut.
Really weird. So yeah, we would go to that. We went to that we've gone to that convention multiple times over the years.
Yeah, we've only missed, count on one hand.
We try to go to both that are in the Cherry Hill area.
We almost stopped going.
When?
After the debacle 3 years ago when they oversold and the fire marshal had to come and wouldn't let anybody else back in.
Yeah, so that was an interesting day. Why did it oversell? What was the big draw that year?
I honestly, I don't remember.
Yeah, it was weird. It was the only time we ever ran into overcrowd. Well, that's not true because it's always crowded.
It was better last time, but I think that was the pinnacle where they realized, like, okay, we can't sell that many tickets anymore.
Yeah, it was bad, but it's a good convention.
Oh, it's people watching. Like after like if we get shit signed and we're done buying, it's literally just look at
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be oh, that's last year's. It was March. I guess that would be the last. Did that
Here, check.
that
No, they
was the
were all.
that was the weekend. Okay.
That
So,
was literally. That was 2 days after the pandemic was officially declared.
yeah, so my last day at the office. We figured this out today. Literally 1 year ago today was my last day in the office. It was Thursday the 12th. Friday the 13th is when my office closed.
I don't remember my official last day. I want to say it was the beginning of April.
Yeah. Okay. So like we had actually planned to go to this, didn't we?
Is the guest list still on there by any chance?
Let's see. No, it's not looking
Here,
like it.
scroll down, see if it's. I was gonna say I was hoping that.
No, it doesn't look like the guest list is on here, but we were set to go.
The only other convention I almost went to was Chiller Theater up in North Jersey,
Okay.
and that got canceled because I was gonna get the guy that plays Dick Jones to sign my poster.
That's the bad guy from RoboCop. But yeah, so damn it. Yeah, I was hoping that the guest list would be up here. So this is literally 1 year ago. Tomorrow is when it would have started. And we had planned to go, and I remember like the week or two before we had been talking like, man, this pandemic thing, is this gonna affect the convention? Are we still gonna go to this thing?
And it was slowly you would start like it was one guest pulled out, and then the guy that runs it, who is upfront about everything now, says everybody's still signed, and then slowly but surely, this person's not coming, this person's not coming. And then it slowly got to be, he didn't even know if the local government would even let him have it.
Yeah, like it got bad. And I would say like that last week before the convention is when they canceled it, right? Like I want to say it was probably like by Wednesday.
Oh, I have some news about the new one.
Go for it.
All he has said that he will not confirm anything until it's like he knows he won't have to cancel it.
Yeah, because it would have been this time.
It would have been. I think it would have been this weekend.
This weekend, yeah. Which sucks because I miss these kinds of things, I guess.
People.
People not necessarily.
To an extent. Because there are some really nice people there.
No, at the convention, most definitely. We met a lot of cool people. We've hung out with a lot of cool people, just because, we're all there for the same fucking reason. Like we're all there to have fun, watch horror movies.
Which is shocking. A community based around horrific violence is filled with some of the nicest fucking people.
This is very, very true. Like I wouldn't have ever expected it, but yeah. I don't think
with kids there.
Yeah, there are always little kids there. Little.
Some even cosplaying.
Yeah, the kid I remember a kid dressed up like Jason.
Terrifier.
Yeah. So don't let your kid watch Terrifier.
Oh God, no. 100% God, no. It is as low budge can be, but man, it's actually a really good movie.
I enjoy it, but it is violent as hell, man.
Oh, it is. Well, I guess tangentially we can go back to Behind the Mask.
Makes note. Make kid watch Terrorizer.
Terrifier. Yeah, not Terrorfire. Terrifier. Like terroristic. Terrifier.
Oh my God! All right. So wait, autograph. No, nothing in here. Wait. Okay, this is it, isn't it?
could be.
It is. So I see.
Does it have a date on it?
Yeah, March 13th through 15th, 2020. Sting was supposed to be there.
Monster Mania. Let me see.
Oh, I can't get the picture to be any bigger. So it looks like Brad Dourif.
Wait a minute.
Terrifier
here.
sounds like a porn name.
I literally just Googled Monster Mania.
Yeah.
So it was going to be a Child's Play reunion. So it was going to have Brad Dourif.
He plays Chucky.
Alex Vincent, the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Sarandon's the cop. Catherine Hicks is the mother. Fiona Dourif, who's in the last two of them. Oh, Jesus Christ.
3 from Hell.
Yeah, the big guest, Jackie Earl Haley, Sam Raimi.
Sam Raimi, that's right. Stephen Dorff.
David Harbour was going to be there.
That's Hopper from Stranger Things, right?
1,000% him and Sam Raimi probably would have had
to cancel
the biggest lines.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
David Hart, because he was only going to be there one day. I remember that. Hey, dude, his line would have been fucking insane.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the other names on here. Skeet Ulrich. You could have got him. Oh, so you already got your screen poster signed by Skeet Ulrich, so you don't need to get him.
Put it this way: the only people left from that movie I need: Rose McGowan, Jamie Kennedy, and
Nev Campbell.
David Arquette.
You got Nev Campbell's autograph?
Yep.
There you go. Look at that. Pumpkin is serious about his autograph collecting.
Certain things, like if it's a poster I really like, then might as well.
Yeah. So I'm just looking here. A couple other names I'm noticing are Kane Hodder. He's at like every Monster Mania. CJ Graham.
Until somebody had to ruin it, and he won't choke you in his pictures anymore.
That's true. CJ Graham. Do you remember him?
That's actually who's autographed that poster back there.
Yeah. One of the nicest dudes ever. He was super nice to me. Yeah, he's just a nice guy. He played Jason in part 6.
Yes.
Of course, someone had to run away. Yeah, someone got cut. Remember that?
I think it was a year or two. It was a couple years before that.
Okay, yeah, someone got cut because people would bring in machetes for Jason's to sign.
And like they would tell them like you have to you can't walk around with it once it's signed. Like that's it. You have to leave with it or go take it to your room. And I actually read it. He mentioned it in Kane Hodder's book. He talks about it. He would legitimately strangle people in their pictures because the guy's fucking Jason. Yeah. So and he wouldn't lightly he would legit choke people. And now he can't do that anymore because people had to complain.
People did have to complain. Bunch of idiots then if they weren't supposed to bring them. So yeah, so the thing is, you could bring them. You were allowed, but you had to have it seathed and in like a poster tube, right?
Yeah, you couldn't be walking around with it. It had to be concealed more, for a lack of a better term.
But somebody took one out during the convention after Kane Hodder had signed it.
No, I think Kane Hodder might have been the one that cut him.
Oh.
I think I might be misremembering it. I think it might have been at the table, and he was taking a picture with it.
And he accidentally cut the kid's neck?
Or, his arm.
His arm, that's what I thought.
Remember hearing the story is he got cut at the table. I don't know if that's true. At least when we were there that weekend, and you start hearing, things, secondhand.
Yeah. It was poor Kane Hodder. So we've met a couple of the people on this poster actually. But Kane Hodder, I never went in the line because his line was usually pretty long. But it's
shockingly, because he's there all the fucking time.
Yeah, and also his prices were actually pretty high as well, if I remember correctly.
I'm thinking of meeting him at some point and having him sign the book, because I actually legitimately really like the book.
Do you want to talk about the time we met Danny Trejo? Very quickly.
That was
like our first Monster Mania.
First or second.
Yeah.
Because that was when some of the stars were in the small room.
There's like all right, so just to like, you walk in and there's like a
Immediately to your left
to your
is
left
a dealer's room.
is a dealer's room that goes
Some people
in,
might be
goes
fine in
over,
there.
and goes back, and then there's a smaller room over to the left that is also dealers. But go ahead.
But yeah, like literally, it's just a rectangular room. It was the end of the day, and he's standing, in front of his table talking to somebody. They walk away, and I'm like, all right, see if I can get a picture with him.
And like,
Hey, big fan. Can I get a picture? Sure.
yeah, and he was the nicest, most cordial guy I remember. Like, he took a picture. He didn't ask Greg here to
No,
like
didn't ask for money.
anything. Didn't
He's
ask
not
for
like
money.
he's not like the pictures are $10. Nothing like that.
Yeah, he just he took a picture with Pumpkin. We still have that picture, I'm sure.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
I'd have to look. Admittedly, I probably will have to spend the $40 or $50 because I kind of want a Johnny 23 thing signed by him.
And what is Johnny 23? That is his character from
Con Air.
Con Air, yeah.
They'd call me Johnny 600 if they knew the truth.
Yeah. And I want to talk about this guy real quick. Bill Moseley. I met him definitely at like our first or second one.
Yeah, because that's where I got the picture signed.
Yeah.
From The Hague.
So, if you don't know who Bill Moseley is, he's Otis from Devil's Rejects, House of a Thousand Corpses.
The Firefly trilogy, more or less.
Yeah. Also, Chop Top and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, which is...
Does it say how many credits he has to his name, acting-wise?
132.
Yeah, he's in a lot.
Yeah, he is. But I mainly knew him as Chop Top from Texas Chainsaw 2 and Devil's Rejects. I think had come out at that point. 2005.
It might have.
Ha! 2005. That was that year. So
we either saw it by that point, or we at least knew of it.
Yeah, I think we had seen it at that point because that's the one where I love Devil's Rejects. I hate the movie that it's a sequel to. Right?
Oh, here's the thing. House of a Thousand Corpses, in all my time on Earth, it's the only movie I've ever paid for and walked out of. That movie, here's the one positive thing I will say about this movie. He made it his own. Like, he didn't, the studio wouldn't release it, so he made it his own. That's the only nice thing I will say about that movie.
You missed this from Kevin. Yeah, I missed this too. We've been wanting to do this for a while.
Devil's Rejects?
Devil's Rejects?
I can't watch it. I can watch it maybe once every 10 years, because it's not an easy watch.
But it's a really good fucking horror movie.
It's a masterpiece. Like,
yeah.
Out of all his movies, I like 2 of them.
Devil's Rejects and 3 from Hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, all right, but just to get back to this, Bill Moseley, obviously actor, he's great. He's also a musician, and I knew him as a musician as well because he's in a band called Cornbugs with Buckethead, who's Greg knows. He's my favorite guitarist, but also one of the most prolific musicians in the world. Like, he's literally
for all you young kids. He was always the hardest songs in Guitar Hero.
Very true, very true. So I went up to him and I'm like, I want to buy a CD. He got a picture with me, no problem. He didn't charge for that. Which I mentioned that because there are people at the convention who will, like, even if you buy something from their table, they'll still charge to get for you to get a photo with them as well. It's usually like the bigger names because to be fair, they have to keep their lines moving because they got a lot of people.
Can I interject with that?
Yeah.
It's only very few people, depending on the price, like Nev Camp, like any people from Scream, I never got a picture with them. Because it's full price for picture and autograph. Like, if it's $10 more for a combo and you get a picture, fuck it, why not? But generally, if it's like an extra $10, sure, why not? I'll get a picture with them. More than that, autograph's enough.
Yeah, but his table was set right up next to Sid Haig's table, who's
Oh, they
played
were always together.
who played Captain Spaulding. And I just remember this because I have a picture with me and Bill Moseley, but I also have a picture with me, Bill Moseley, and Sid Haig. And Sid Haig, once again, one of the nicest dudes in the world. Like, I didn't get anything from his table. Like, I was just sitting there talking to Bill Moseley. That's the other thing. Bill Moseley was super, super nice, and I sat there and talked with him for like a good 2-3 minutes about music, about what like the movie, like Chop Top specifically, like what he liked about that character. He was very, very nice. I just remember it being a super positive experience, and that's why I will always say Bill Moseley is great. Now, I wanted to bring that up so I could bring this up. Greg,
I already know where this is
yeah,
going.
who is my wife's favorite actor?
If she had a choice between saving Mike and Bill Moseley from a burning building, just saying.
Chances are I might get burned.
Just saying.
She had like the biggest crush on this guy. So I showed her that picture, and of course, I think we were 2005. We were only dating at the time, like barely at that point, actually.
And it was every convention after that, I would look to see if he was going to be there.
Yep. So one year he's there, and wife finally comes. It was the cutest thing in the world because she was so goddamn nervous to meet Bill Moseley. Do you remember this?
Oh, she couldn't speak. She couldn't. It'd be like if Kurt Russell was there and I went up to meet him. I'd be like, I have no words.
Yeah.
Here, you know what? Wayne and Garth, we're not worthy.
Yeah, we are not worthy. Especially if Kurt Russell. But yeah, so just to say, and he was super nice to her as well. She eventually did talk to him, thank God. Got a picture with him. I think bought a CD as well. I don't remember.
Pretty sure she definitely bought something from him.
Yeah. But like once again, he was super nice, and yeah. But yeah, that's, and I kind of want to talk about some of this other stuff from Monster Mania maybe in the future, because fingers crossed in the next couple of months we'll return to a normal
by August.
Yeah,
they have the one in August.
So hopefully we'll be returned to the new normal, whatever the fuck that is, and I won't be super afraid to be in. So just to put in perspective, I went to Wawa tonight. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. So I'm still a little paranoid about everything, even though cases in my area are way down, and you know, everyone's wearing a mask and all that stuff. I'm still just nervous. I think I think I'll be less nervous once I'm vaccinated. I'm sure you're in the same boat there.
He's gonna go right back to licking railings.
Yep, licking railings, door handles. You know, putting my eyes on the glass at every store I go to just to make sure that the glass is clean.
Going to Apple stores and licking all the displays.
Oh God. All right.
Well, I guess we should tie this back around to Behind the Mask, since that's how this Monster Mania conversation.
Yes, yeah. So Behind the Mask, like,
I had heard about it. It's
yeah.
How the trend now with a lot of horror movies is the trailers of like 9 million critics like, oh, this is the best movie ever. And I'd either seen one of those trailers or read about it online, and I read the concept. And I'm like, hey, we should go check this movie out. They're playing it. I've heard it's decent. Okay. Went and saw it, and you immediately went out to the dealer's room and bought it.
I did. We watched it. It was a complete. It was so good and so much fun. Like we had to, like, I needed to be able to walk out of that place with it.
The fact that also that idea, to my knowledge, had never been done before. Of this is Spinal Tap meets a slasher movie.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. This is Spinal Tap meets, I don't know, Halloween. Like,
When anybody asks about it, I always like it's 75% mockumentary, and then 25% horror movie.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Oh, yeah, yeah. All right. Oh, okay. I see. I pulled up your screen, so I have it. So I'm viewing you because you're beautiful, and now I can see twice, which is even better.
Thank you.
Oh God, gorgeous. Uh, so before we get into the meat and potatoes of what we were going to talk about tonight,
Meat.
fucking asshole.
It would make you laugh.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. I have to take it back to Monster Mania.
Mm.
Probably, I've known him since 6th grade, so several decades now.
So,
several.
Like, this goes back to the 1920s.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, in all these years, it's probably top 3 the hardest I have ever made him laugh in all the years I've known him. We've seen Halloween a cajillion times. Don't know why I did it. We're sitting there watching it. It gets to the scene when he comes in dressed as the ghost. He strangles Linda. The phone's ringing because Laurie's wanting to know what's going on. He slowly picks up the phone, puts it to his ear, and I just look over at him and go, "Me like phone." Not even my best material. I swear to you, he almost pissed himself laughing. He fucking was crying, hysterically laughing.
And I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to laugh. And you know when you try not to laugh, it makes it worse.
It's just worse. It's not gonna help.
I'm sitting there, like tears in my eyes, going like, oh my God! We barely because we're there to watch fucking Halloween in a crowd of people who love horror movies.
Realistically, we're not ruining it for anybody because I'm pretty sure everybody in there is like, what's this Halloween movie? But still.
Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah.
The only other, before I forget, and we, do other Monster Mania stories throughout the many times we do this. What's the best meal you've ever had? Mine's one after Monster Mania 20 years ago.
Yeah, I guess that probably rates up really, really high. There was like those trips to like the buffet that was there. Those were always nice. The few times
the old country,
yeah, and the few times that we actually stayed at the convention for the entire weekend, it's close enough for us to go, like to just drive for a day or two. Yeah. But a few times we have stayed the entire weekend, and like those were always fun because we would order food, we'd hang out, like it was just a blast. But yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
The entire day, he bought Twizzlers and I think like fucking Skittles or something.
Something like that, yeah. Like some candy.
And that's all we had to eat for like 12 hours. Go home. We're 10 minutes from home. Stop at Taco Bell. This is when $10 at Taco Bell would get you
way too much food.
Like more food than you should ever have. Oh my God, that was the best Taco Bell meal I've ever had in my life.
Definitely the best Taco Bell meal I've had in my life, and definitely one of the best like just breaking the fast meals, I guess, because like I've like 12 hours and all we sustained on was water. I think I had
we hit up that free water
Red Bull. I think I had a Red Bull, and we like a package of Starburst and Skittles or something. I can't remember what the candy was.
It was I remember Twizzlers. I remember that for some reason.
So it was Twizzlers and most likely Skittles that we split. That's all we fucking ate. 12 hours. We were at that convention for 12 hours. The problem was you didn't want to drive anywhere because if you drove if you got there, you hung out, and then you weren't going to get a parking spot again.
Oh yeah, parking there. Don't even bother. Don't even.
So yeah, I think it's probably like 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night. Actually, it's probably later.
It was dark out. It was dark out.
Yeah,
I know that much.
It was pretty late. We pulled up to a Taco Bell. on Route 1, which is
that I think now is a Checkers.
yeah, but it doesn't matter. It was glorious. We sat outside of was I
We didn't
driving?
even eat all.
Or were you driving?
I don't remember. We didn't even eat everything we bought. That's how much fucking food we had.
Yeah, no food till Taco Bell. It was fucking disgusting how much we ate.
I think I ordered like 4 or 5 double-decker tacos.
It was disgusting. Like we gorged on Taco Bell because at the time, it's like 2005, 2006, somewhere in there. Like, we're still young enough that we don't have money. Like, we have money, we have jobs, but like all the money that we had, neither of us wanted to spend anything unless it was at the convention, right? Like,
oh yeah. Like we didn't really like we had credit cards, but we didn't really have like like we're not gonna go fucking spend.
Yeah.
What's funny? Another year or two, we literally could have Jesus Christ, driven 5 more minutes and just gone to a diner.
Yeah. Yeah, we really could have, but nope. Taco Bell was cheap. I think we each had like $10 left on us in cash, and we're like, yeah, I'm buying all the Taco Bell I can and gorging. Oh my god, it was oh god, it was bad. But it was also really good.
Hey, dude, that's over 10 years ago, and we still talk about that from time to time.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. All right. So, all right, you guys ready to talk about WandaVision and everything that happened in it? Okay. Can you believe?
I can't believe.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That Ben Kingsley was not the Mandarin.
Oh god.
Oh. Off topic.
Yeah.
Pretty soon, you all got like another week or two before those things start getting spoiled for you, and that's not even on purpose. It's just gonna happen accidentally.
Yeah, we're not talking about any of that, the Marvel stuff tonight, so don't worry there. We're gonna talk about some older stuff, and yeah, at some point in the future we will talk a lot about WandaVision because
there's only one movie on my list
to.
that I will not spoil, even though it's over a decade old.
What?
Trick or Treat.
All right. I'll be careful how I talk about that later.
It's the reveals I'm not gonna go into.
So, all right. Talk a little bit about Monster Mania. So thank you for indulging us there. Commands Edge. Welcome to Hunt. Oh, thank you, Laura. You're always nice. So we're talking about Monster Mania. So the other thing I want to talk about before we got into the lists, there's actually 2 things, so we'll just steamroll through. So Pumpkin and I, Greg, I'm just gonna call you Greg. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just call me Mike.
Would prefer you to.
Cool. So Greg and I, we've known each other, as you said, since 6th grade. We have a lot of the same tastes, but we do differ widely on the horror spectrum. Like, I like certain things a little more than you do. You like certain things a little more than I do. Would you say that's fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But we both agree on one thing. We both agree that Shudder is worth my $10 every fucking month.
Because I told him about it. I'm like, dude, you got to get this. And then once Joe Bob came back, it was a no-brainer.
So if you have Shudder, we're gonna just talk a little bit about the stuff that's coming out on Shudder. Nothing.
And if you don't have it, sooner or later, I might be able to post a X amount off your membership.
Or we have a movie theater channel in the Discord. Anyway, yeah. So there's a movie that already came out on March 4th called Lucky. you have any idea what this is about?
No, but if it's the one I saw someone mention on Twitter earlier, they mentioned the star. Wow, it's the first woman listed, so I'm going to assume she's the star,
Bria Grant.
saying that she's amazing in it.
Okay. Apparently, it's a self-help book author finds herself the target of a mysterious man with murderous intentions. I'm not going to go into the rest of the details, but apparently no one else is seeing this person coming after her. So I think the hook of the movie is that you're not sure if this is actually happening to her or not. Kind of like
Follows.
kind of like, yeah, maybe It Follows, or maybe this is spoilers for a French movie that we saw in the theater, High Tension.
You know what? It's a good movie up until the reveal. Then when the reveal happens, you're like, this movie makes zero fucking sense.
Yeah. Here's a movie that Pumpkin told me about that's coming out. Came out yesterday. Yeah, came out yesterday. Stay Out of the Attic. What's that about?
A group of people go to look like they went to renovate some old guy's house, and he just simply says, "Stay out of the attic." Naturally, in any horror movie, when somebody tells you not to do something, you're going to go do it. And the guy's a Nazi, and he starts torturing them.
Like
that's literally that's the trailer.
That's the trailer. Yes.
Here, if Don't Breathe was about a Nazi.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's a good comparison there. There's a movie coming out on the 18th called Slacks, which is about a possessed pair of jeans. It's SLAXX, Slacks.
How do they not just make 3 X's?
Fair. I'm not gonna basically ship to the company's flagship store. Slacks, which I guess is the name of the possessed jeans, proceeds to wreak carnage on staff locked in overnight to set up the new collection. Yes, it sounds so bad and so awesome at the same time. Now, I'm not going to tell you who's starring in it because you're not going to know anyone. However, I will tell you movies that these people have been in. So the main girl, fine, Romaine Dennis, is in a movie called Slut in a Good Way. Brett Donahue is in a movie called Private Eyes. Hey, Ashen. Sehar Boljani from The Handmaid's Tale. That name sounds familiar. I'll be honest there. And Stephen Bogart from The Umbrella Academy. So, 2 people from things I know and 2 people from things I don't know. But I just thought Slut in a Good Way, hell of a title for a movie. I kind of want to watch that instead of Slacks.
I have no idea who any of those people
are. There's a movie called Coco Da coming out March 18th. Looks like a Danish horror comedy. Slut in a Good Way is a ridiculously amusing title, isn't it though? Slacks and the Actor sounds like a porno that is aspiring to be something better. That's what I'm hoping. There's nothing wrong with liking a little nudity in your horror movies, right, Pumpkin? Greg?
The funny, when you're finished the story, remind me of that, and I'll tell you why I didn't like a movie.
Okay. There's a movie called Violation. On March 25th. Okay, official selection: Toronto International, Sundance, and South by Southwest. So this is not going to be. Miriam returns to her hometown to seek solace in the comfort of her younger sister and brother-in-law after years apart. And one evening, a small slip in judgment leads to a catastrophic betrayal, leaving Miriam shocked, reeling, and furious. It's a revenge movie. There you go. We love revenge movies. There's a show on Shudder called A Discovery of Witches. It's in its 2nd season. Neither of us have watched that yet, but I actually want to.
I will
So
sooner or later.
yeah, we'll
I still
talk
got
about
much
this at some
information.
point, I'm sure. And then some old movies that are coming. The Burning from
I'll watch that.
'81. Yeah, that came out. That's already out. Amityville 2. The Devils, March 8th, so still already out as well. Sword of God, Two Men in the Middle Ages. This is from 2018. I don't know about that one. Edge of the Axe, an axe murderer terrorizes a small Northern California mountain community from 1988. That sounds awesome. Uh, Vampires, spelled with a Y. Two mysterious women lure various passersby to their rural mansion in the English countryside. I've seen this from 1974. It is old. It is interesting.
Looking at the poster they have on here, it looks.
Yeah, some of these older movies are gonna either be hit or miss for people. Gotta lurk through dishes. All right, Ashton, no worries. Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker from
If
'81.
you saw the poster they have on here,
Yeah,
it looks like an '80s movie.
nice. There we go. Um, Wait, Butcher Baker Nightmare Maker. An orphan teenager finds himself being dominated by his aunt, who is hell bent on keeping him with her. Dot dot dot. At all costs.
Well, Billy's about to graduate, but Aunt Cheryl wants him all to herself in this twisted cult gem. I'm reading that right on Shudder's website.
It's a 1981 movie. Yeah, yeah. Police need to be called. Uh, Available in March 15th, so next Monday. Hosts, a family falls victim to a series of violent murders when they invite their neighbors over for a Christmas dinner. This is 2020.
I'll watch it.
Yeah, it's an actual new horror movie.
I'll watch a lot of movies on there.
Oh, here's another Christmas movie from 2020. Movie stuff or porn stuff. I'm reading horror movie stuff, but while on Christmas vacation, a young man with commitment issues tries to desperately to hang to his relationship when a rival enters the picture. It cuts deep. 2020. Game of Death, Kill or Be Killed, blah blah blah, from 2017. So it's not the Bruce Lee movie. So I don't care. Shakma, from 1990. Students are trapped with a testy baboon while playing in a fantasy game in a research building. From 1990. This isn't an 80s movie. I kind of need to watch Shakma.
Yeah, when you realize that's 31 years ago. Yeah,
Fuck
I
you,
can
dude.
see the look of your expression when you realize that 1990 is 31 years ago.
Moving on, Nosferatu, the 1922 movie, is also available on March 16th. Same with Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Highly recommend that one. The Great Gabbo from 1929. White Zombie from 1932. And then round it out on the 22nd, Let's Scare Julie. A group of teen girls set out to scare their reclusive new neighbor, but the prank turns to terror when some of them don't come back.
Oh, we're definitely doing that game, Rose. I'm going to start looking up that.
Where you read the plot of a porno or a horror movie, and we need to guess which is. Oh, that's a good idea.
It's just even read the titles.
Yeah, that's true. White of the Eye from 19.
That could be the end of a porno.
God damn it. White of the Eye. Joan White is informed by the police that her husband, a sound man who specializes in high-end audio systems, might be responsible for a series of gruesome murders in their Arizona community. As her husband's behavior turns violent, Joan begins to suspect his guilt. That's an 87 movie. And then The Untamed from 2016. I don't know this one. A couple in a troubled marriage locate a meteorite, initiating an encounter with a mysterious creature. Their lives are turned upside down by the discovery of the creature, which is a source of both pleasure and destruction.
Oh, here.
That's another porno. That's just a horror movie instead of a porno.
There's a movie I can read about that I actually own in my collection over there.
Go for it.
It actually came out last year. It's VFW. A typical night for veterans at a VFW turns into an all-out battle for survival when a desperate teen runs into the bar with a bag of stolen drugs. When a gang of violent punks comes looking for her, the vets use every weapon at their disposal to protect the girl and themselves for an unrelenting attack. But in the movie is the blind guy from Don't Breathe,
Okay.
Kreese from Karate Kid and Cobra Kai,
Okay.
Fred Williamson, who was in old blaxploitation movies.
He's not. That's Rudy Ray Moore. Never mind.
And William Sadler.
That name sounds familiar.
Death from
Bill and Ted? Okay, yeah.
And Norm from Cheers.
What's this movie called?
VFW. Good movie.
All right. Well, I guess, do you want to move into the top 10 lists that we have here?
We can.
Sound
It'll
good to
probably
you?
take a while.
Okay. I'm going to hold on. Bring yours up first. You can start with your number 10. Bam. Okay. So I'm not playing audio for the trailer just because I don't want to get hit with anything, but I am playing the trailer.
Probably gonna have copyright music.
Exactly.
So this, for me, it's Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives. Coming up with 10 movies that I would put on this list. Some of them are a coin flip, like, I had The Descent on here. This is my favorite Jason movie. It's the first one where he's actually zombie, like a zombified Jason. Because 2, 3, 4, he's kind of human. It's the first one and it's also the first one where there's actually kids at the damn camp. Like, all the movies beforehand, there's not a single kid at Camp Crystal Lake.
That's true. In the first couple, it's always the counselors or like a vacationing family in the.
Oh,
right.
Here's a question for you: out of the first 4 Friday the 13th, how many actually take place on Friday the 13th?
The first 4?
Nope.
No. You said out of the first 4, right?
Out of the first 4, how many of them actually take place on Friday the 13th?
The first one does.
Yes.
The second one doesn't.
No, it does.
Oh, it does.
Because it's a year later.
Okay. I don't know.
It's 1 and 2, because 3 begins with them driving past, and then 4 begins with them taking his dead body to the morgue. So technically, 3 and 4 should be called, like, Monday the 15th.
Well, there was that Saturday the 14th movie, but that was a comedy.
I think I remember hearing about that.
Yeah. That's like from like the time of the Jason sequels. Yeah.
Jason 6, I'll put it this way, it's not the technically best movie, but for me, it's the most fun. It's my favorite. I've watched it the most.
Okay. I actually fall in the same camp, and that's probably the one I've watched the most. I do love that movie. You have the definitive Tommy Jarvis and Tom.
He's in the game.
He Tom Matthews, is it? Like, I don't know how to say his name. It's THOM.
I think it is. I think it's just spelled that way, but it's Tom.
Okay. And he was also in Return of the Living Dead, which is an actual sequel to Night of the Living Dead, but because they don't hold the rights, it's not really. But it's a comedy as well. So he's awesome. I love that dude. And yeah, you're right. That is probably the only one that has kids. That is the only one that has kids at the camp, isn't it?
Yeah. 5 doesn't even take place at a camp. Yeah, it's the first one they're opening the camp. 2, I think they're just going up to, like, screw around. I think 3 was the next one where they're actually, like, I think opening the camp back up.
But once again, it's no kids. It's the counselors setting up the camp, right?
And there's a moment in Slick. It very rarely do kids get killed in the movie, like, front and center. Like, it happens. We watched a movie the other day where it happens. But
Assault on Precinct 13. If you guys haven't seen that, it's great.
There's a moment in 6 where one of the few kids that actually has multiple lines in the movie, it's his little girl.
The little girl, yeah.
Jason fucking walks in the room as she's sleeping, and he just stands there looking at her, and she's like, pulling the blanket over, like, saying prayers, like, please don't kill me. Like, look, it's not gonna happen, but still.
You kind of hope for it, maybe a little. No.
Oh no, there's only one kid that I root to be killed in a horror movie. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, we will. All right. So my number 10. Like Pumpkin, this list, like I could flip around a couple of movies in this spot.
This list for me is very fluid in where things land.
Yeah, like my number 1 is definitely gonna always be my number 1, and my number 2 is probably always gonna be my number 2.
My top 1 and 2, or top 1, 2, 3 for me are exactly where they're always going to be. 4 and 5
real dark and kills the kids instead of counselors. Yeah. Sorry. Oh man. Hey Monokuma, welcome. We're just doing a little chat segment with my buddy Greg over there. And he just went over his number 10 movie, which was Friday the 13th part 6. Jason Lives, yes. So I'm gonna go into my first. So as I was saying, this movie could have been one of 3 different movies. Now Greg knows that I love schlocky 80s horror movies, right?
Oh, after our list is done, I have an honorable mention that I'm sure you're probably surprised is not on my list.
Yeah. So there's a trilogy of movies that I call the Night of trilogy. It's Night of the Comet, Night of the Creeps, and Night of the Demons.
I've seen one of those.
Three movies I love unconditionally. So I almost went with Night of the Comet, but I decided to go with one that I truly adore. And this is Night of the Demons from 1988. So this movie, oh my god, it is an incredibly fun and stupid and quintessentially 80s. Basically, a bunch of kids go to the haunted house in town that you're not supposed to go to, and what happens? Greg, what happens?
Fucked up shit, I assume.
You've seen this movie at my house.
I've never. Watching the trailer right now, I have never seen this movie.
We've watched it on a Halloween before. Anyway, we also get drunk and have fun on Halloween while we're watching movies, so he just might not remember it. But these kids, so these demons start possessing the kids, and that's Angela, the black-haired girl, and basically they just start killing off the other members of the party. The thing about this movie that I will always love is that there's barely any explanation given for why there are demons in this house. There's a flimsy excuse on how to survive that they take advantage of at the end. I thought so. This
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Does this also take place at like a school, like a private school?
That's part 2. That's Night of the Demons 2.
That's the one I've seen.
Night of the Demons Part 2 is also a classic. And hey, Miss Frostbite, how you doing? But yeah, Night of the Demons will forever be one of my favorite horror movies. It is just pure schlocky 80s horror. You can't like Night of the Comet also, and Night of the Creeps, also pure 80s schlock, but I love them all. And I think I love Night of the Demons the most. Like a movie that can scare a lot. It's not scary. It is not like I don't know how to describe this. If you are over 13, that movie's not going to scare you. It'll make you laugh, and you'll have a good time. It's like a good popcorn horror movie. That's the best I can say about that one. All right. All right. This is actually both of our number 9.
This could probably be higher up on my list.
It is definitely, it would be higher on mine, like Coraline, but not.
But yeah, it definitely would be high. But like I said, trying to really think of where to put some of these, because I know like my top few are never moving.
Yeah, so this would probably be in my top 5, but for the sake of this list and for keeping things moving a little, we're gonna talk about Trick or Treat. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you start it off, man.
We actually got to see this. This was here. I was actually doing, I'll call it some research. I'm on the IMDb page for the movie. Originally slated to be released in October of 2007, was pushed back a year because it originally really was going to release against Saw 4, which this movie would have been annihilated at the box office. At the time, Saw movies were... This was never in theaters, which is a shame. Yeah. Because everything they're saying about this movie and those quotes right there, it's one of the best horror movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, here, the guy right there with the glasses.
That's the principal. Let's call him Principal.
A lot of the Anna Paquin's in it. The guy with the glasses, he's in a lot of stuff.
This old man is the coach from Dodgeball.
Right? Yeah, Strike. Yeah. No, that's Stryker from X-Men and.
Thank you. Sorry, that's who he is.
Super Troopers.
Yes, he's the chief in Super Troopers, and that's the principal there. So like this. Go ahead. Sorry.
The one thing when we went to see it in Phoenixville, one of the other reasons. Look, it's a spoiler, but not. There's kids in the movie, and they all get fucking killed. So that was one of the other reasons why the guys hosting the movie speculated why this was never released in theaters, because kids get killed in this movie,
but not on screen. No.
One, I think.
No, it's all implied. They all die off screen. So there's like, this movie is kind of like an anthology movie. If you remember things like the Twilight Zone movie or Creepshow, etc. There's a bunch of different stories, but in this one is different than those, in that they all interweave, they all intersect, because they're all happening in the same town on the same night, Halloween.
Like the one quote just said there, it's Pulp Fiction of horror.
Yeah, and it is legit.
And
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go.
That little impish character with the mask, he's kind of the thing that ties everything together. Like, he appears in it's not like segments. It is and it isn't. Like, they all connect together. But he appears in everyone's story.
Yeah, he does. He's either in the background or in 2 of the stories. He's kind of the main focus.
Yeah, one for sure. Yeah, actually 2. Yeah.
Yeah, because the opening story is kind of a standalone. It happened, and it actually, like, it's like that quote said, it is the Pulp Fiction of, because it's the opening scene is actually at the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's like, just to really quickly, the first story is a woman wants to take down the Halloween decorations as soon as her and her husband get home from a Halloween party. The next story is this principal is
he wants, like, his kids. Look, it's sold this way, so it's not just me saying it.
Yeah.
His kid's being an annoying little dick. Daddy, come help me carve a pumpkin. The next story is the group of girls that are going to get, go out to the woods with a bunch of guys and party.
Yep. And that's the Anna Paquin story.
And then the last story is the old man you saw there, Brian Cox's character.
Yeah, so that's not the last story. You're forgetting the one with the kids who are collecting pumpkins.
Oh yeah, oh my god.
Which ties into the old man story.
Oh my god, it does.
Yeah, very, very well. We don't want to spoil this one because
I mentioned to Mike beforehand. even though yes, it's an old movie, I don't want to spoil it because I doubt many people have seen it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the Anna Paquin story has two big reveals that
are great.
after you watch the movie, when you go back and rewatch it, it's literally right in front of you. They're like, here's the one reveal. No, the really big reveal. You're like, it's plain as day.
Yeah. And I just real quick, hi Widow, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. This is Greg, aka Pumpkin, aka Die Hard Homer, and we are just talking horror tonight for a little while. And what was that? That was our number 8. So we're both doing our top 10. Was that 9?
Mm-hmm.
God damn. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to get through this quick, are we? That's okay.
No.
But we're having fun doing it, right?
Dude, when was the last time we did this?
Really long time ago, on when I was still streaming on Caffeine. Did you ever stream on Caffeine?
I did, but not really, just because, you know, I streaming on there just got to be such a pain in the balls with, is it streaming, is it not?
Yeah. All right, so you're gonna start talking about this while I go grab a beer. So let me put this on, and don't talk about the first time I saw this until I get back.
Okay.
Okay. Here you go.
This could be higher up on my list. It's the original Saw. So I'm going to spoil the shit out of this movie once he gets back. But it's the best of the series. Kind of. And he's slowly getting back.
I'm here.
Nah, I said I was going to spoil the shit out of this movie once you start back down.
Okay.
So, spoilers for a movie that is now 17 years old. Oh my god.
It's almost old enough to vote.
I went to see this by myself on a Friday night. It's like, it's, you know, obviously we had seen commercials, like, all right, let's, you know, I'll go check it out. When it got to the reveal at the end of the movie, where you realize that Jigsaw is the dead body laying on the bathroom floor the entire time. Look, people that, oh, I figured out the Sixth Sense, I figured out this. Sometimes I can figure out a movie in the first 5 minutes. Not this. I was like, all right, I'm a fucking idiot. When he got up off that damn floor, I was like, holy shit. Saturday morning, call him and our other friend up, like, make no plans. We're going to the movies. We're seeing this movie. I'm like, just trust me wholeheartedly. You are gonna love this movie.
Yeah, and I will agree. I love these movies. It didn't make my top 10, but this
shockingly, this movie spawned 2 really good video games.
Yes, the video games are amazing. I really enjoyed them.
But the puzzles are fantastic in them.
Yeah. Yeah, Saw 1 specifically. Just watched this for the first time this year during Halloween. Hell yes. I'm glad we didn't spoil it for you, Widow. Cuz holy shit, that movie. Saw for the
it became an annual tradition.
Yeah, me and Pumpkin went to the theater every year to see the new Saw movie.
And it was around 3, I think it might have been part 3 when they started doing the marathon leading up to like, I think it was 1 and 2, then 3, then it was 1, 2, 3, and then 4. But do you remember all the commercials, the month? It's October, you know what that means.
Yeah. And there's a new Saw movie every October. You didn't know it was him. Yeah, I like Pumpkin was saying, that twist.
I honestly, here's the thing. Go back and rewatch it. Yes, it's violent, but it's like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in that it's not as violent as you think it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agreed. Yeah, it's you don't actually see that much gore in the first one.
Like, you see the blood spray on Carrie Elway's face when he starts, you know, fucking cutting his foot off. But
and Monokuma, have a wonderful night as well. All right. Oh my god. Yeah, Saw has always held a special place in my heart, especially because of the amount of time me and you would spend in a theater when a new Saw was coming out. Like, we sat through at least 2 or 3 of those marathons, like watching every Saw movie when the new one came out. Oh,
Oh, here, before I forget, I'm sorry.
yeah, yeah.
And the other thing about just the series in general, it's having just rewatched it, like, other than the movie Jigsaw.
Yeah.
Do you remember every movie, like, it was around part 4, where they would show you something that wouldn't be revealed until part 5 or
Yeah.
part 6?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And literally, for a year, we'd be like, what's in that? Oh, what's in that envelope that Hoffman put in that drawer?
Yep.
What's in the box that his ex-wife got? What's in the videotape that was slipped into that door?
Yeah,
they're fun movies. The first one's a legitimately good movie,
I'd say
but they kept us coming back.
I would say, like, I never remember which sequel was actually like the best sequel. It's not 2. It's not. I don't think it's 3. It might be 4 or 5. I can't remember. But like, even so, we still came back every year, to see those movies because
they're fun.
They're fun.
It also honestly became of how are they going to top how they someone last time.
Absolutely.
In I think 8 movies, there's literally one death I cannot watch. I can watch every other one. One death. Part 3. Nope. I'm good.
So the one death that Pumpkin can't watch is when the guy's in the gear like thing and like it starts twisting his legs and arms,
joints in his neck and his back,
and like the bones pop out of the skin. Yeah, nope. Pumpkin can't handle that.
Nope.
I can't say anything. I can't make fun of him for it because if we go to part 2, when Amanda gets thrown into the fucking heroin pit heroin needle pit.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I can't watch it. I can't.
I remember because at the marathon, you couldn't watch that in part 2. I remember before part 3 started, I looked at you and said, "Boy, I sure hope nobody's bones get broken in this movie." It's all a trap. I'm like, I don't even need to know what's gonna happen to this guy.
Oh man. Yeah, I'll never get. And like, I'm really looking forward to the new one. It's called Spiral from the Book of Saw. It's written by and starring Chris Rock.
And starring Samuel L. Jackson in a Saw movie.
Yeah.
There's a phrase I never thought I would say.
Exactly. I'm like super excited for it. I think it's gonna be amazing.
Hey, look, even if it doesn't win awards, it's gonna be fun.
All right. So I guess I'll move. Is it number 8? Jeez.
Yes.
Okay. So my number 8 is a movie that is actually a little more recent. It's called Summer of '84. So this came out after probably the second season of Stranger Things. I want to say, yeah. Around that time frame. So like everyone like when this movie, like this trailer and stuff came out, people were kind of comparing it to it, like, oh, it's a nostalgia grab, it's a this, it's a that, like it's trying to coast off of that. It has nothing to do with like supernatural events, right?
2018. Sorry.
2018. Okay, so yeah. If Samuel L. Jackson doesn't say something along the lines of, if somebody doesn't get me out of this goddamn motherfucking trap, Jesus Christ. All right.
You know what? If he doesn't say it, you've ruined that movie for me.
God damn it. I hate you guys. But anyway, Summer of '84. It's all about it takes place in New Jersey. It's about a serial killer that's killing young boys off, right? And you don't know really what's going on. This kid suspects his neighbor of being the killer, and that's who you're watching. You're like the whole movie's from that kid and his friend's perspectives. It's kind of like Goonies if Goonies was a little more realistic.
You literally took the words out of my mouth. I would call it Goonies meets Rear Window / Disturbia.
Yeah. So the one thing that I love, and I know Pumpkin appreciates the
I
horror
know,
soundtracks.
it's a great fucking movie.
Yeah, but no, I'm
Yeah.
saying the soundtrack. It's all like 80s synth,
Oh yeah,
fucking
it's an amazing
atmospheric as
soundtrack.
hell. It's like it's very Carpenter-esque like sounding. So that plus it has an ending to a movie that stuck with me long after I had watched the movie. Like, legitimately, if I think about the ending of that movie, it still disturbs me a little.
I was like, okay, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, like because you think, like that kind of movie, Goonies, with like, yeah, it is haunting. It is. If you haven't seen Summer of '84, it's one of the 2018. You said so. It's within the last 3 years it came out. It is an amazing watch. It's an easy watch, and ooh,
And where can you watch the movie?
I think it's on Shudder, isn't it?
It is.
There you go. Hashtag not sponsored by Shudder.
Hashtag diehard Homer me. Fully take anything you're willing to offer.
This is true. So hold on, Sai says, some scenes make me freak out. Only one scene of stuff I have actually seen. I couldn't watch the rest of the movie. It's treating me so hard. It was one of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies. Scene near the beginning had someone tied up, get plastic wrap wrapped around their head, and forced to hyperventilate, suffocate before a knife is shoved in their wrapped up open mouth. The gas.
I know
It's the remake, isn't it?
no, I think it's the beginning. It's Texas. It's the prequel to the remake.
It's the prequel to the remake. Yes.
Yeah, he has the guy that was going to Vietnam. He's like hung up, and Arlie Ermey wraps the plastic wrap around his mouth.
Okay. I was about to say, I hope it's not in the movie I'm going to talk about later, but I don't think it is.
Nah.
Holy crap. But yeah, so just to a really quick recap, Greg's number 10 was Friday the 13th Part 6. Mine was Night of the Demons. Both of our number 9s was Trick or Treat. Number 8 for Greg was Saw, and number 8 for me it was Summer of '84. And now we got another one. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Saya. I won't show that scene. We're not even going to talk about that movie anyway. We're going to talk, well, in a roundabout way we will, but not that.
This could be higher up on my list, this next movie, but like I said, some of these aren't really, exactly where I would place them.
Yeah, this is another one that we both agreed on would be in our top 10, and it's another one where, like, this would probably be like number 5 or 4 for me. I can't really tell.
It's a masterpiece from, like, a Mount Rushmore of horror name.
Yeah, so I'm sure everyone here has seen Night of the Living Dead.
The original.
But... black and white movie. This is the sequel, aptly titled Dawn of the Dead. This came out in '78, so the same year as Halloween, by the way.
Damn.
Yeah. This is Romero's, not his second movie. It's like his third or fourth. Yeah. Like, Night of the Living Dead is his first movie, I believe. I might be wrong on that. Don't quote me on it.
Regardless, it's his first. It's the first movie anybody thinks about when they name him.
Romero, yeah. This is his second, and I would argue far superior to the original. But
it's to me it's the zombie masterpiece.
Yeah, it is a literal masterpiece. It is his magnum opus. It is like,
and the funny thing, watching this trailer, it's almost like the first 15 minutes of the movie.
It is. Hold on. Okay, this is the original trailer. So, all right, just making sure. There's George Romero right there with the high patch on. This
hey, fucking George Romero.
Oh God, this movie is so ahead of its time. First thing.
For years, I'm like, he's pointing out the commercialism of America and how people go to the mall. I never read into that shit. Zombie movie that takes place in a shopping mall. Like, that's, to me, all it ever was for years and years.
So the first movie is more about the Red Scare. This is more about America becoming a consumerist society. But the funny thing is, the mall actually saves their lives. It's like it's a weird spin on social commentary, I guess.
Yeah, it's for the whole most until right there when the biker gang shows up. Yeah, there's Tom Savini.
Yeah.
It's one, two, what, 4 people the entire movie?
Yeah, and if you don't count the zombies, sure.
4 speaking roles.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh
that gentleman right there also says one of the most famous lines in horror. When there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
Which is true. It's the truth. That's going to happen in real life, guys. We're going to have zombies in the next 5 months.
Even though it said there's no explicit sex in this picture, I'll still watch the movie.
Yeah. Oh, there was something you wanted to talk about boobs. Or why a movie that so let's take a tangent real quick.
So it was the remake from like 2009 of Sorority Row.
Okay.
Where it's a killer killing a bunch of sorority girls. It's rated R. A movie set in a sorority house about a killer. What doesn't happen in that movie?
Can I take a guess?
You can.
There's no nudity.
I will be right over to deliver your prize, sir. Look, here's the thing. It wasn't even a good movie. It's a shitty movie.
I mean, the original was shitty, too. Like, but that's okay.
At the same time, when you're seeing a movie called Sorority Row, and you know what you're going into, you just think.
It's funny. It's funny you say this, because I need to point something out. Your favorite Friday the 13th movie is the one without tits.
I know.
It is. It's the only. I think it's the only one actually without any nudity.
Definitely, I think it's the first one without nudity.
I think it's the only one without nudity because even the remake has nudity.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah. Jason X has nudity.
Yes.
Jason Goes to Hell, I believe, has nudity.
Only seen that one once.
And then the one with the telekinetic. I'm not sure if what is that, 7? Is that where he fights the telekinetic girl? I'm not sure if there's nudity in that. Actually, hold on. Is there nudity in Jason Goes to Manhattan?
I think so.
I know there's a sex scene, but I don't think you see anything.
You know what? I don't remember. Might not have been. I'm a complicated man.
You are a complicated man. Hold on. I'm just going to type in which Friday the 13th movies have no nudity.
Well, while he's searching for that, who here hopes one day that
wait.
through his search history?
Yeah. Friday the 13th, the only film in the entire franchise to show absolutely no nudity, is Friday the 13th, Jason Lives. So part 6.
Which is shocking, because there's a scene where it's actually a funny moment in the movie, where the couple's having sex in the RV, and the guy says to her, how much longer until this song is over? And she says 10 minutes. And he just looks at her like, bitch, you're crazy.
Oh, God. It's a... Anyway. All right. Sorry. Tangent over. Well, let's move on to your number 7.
6.
Oh, 6. Sorry. Number 7 for both of us was Dawn of the Dead. There you go.
If you see, you can't really tell with the glare, the Conjuring poster above my head.
Yeah.
Normally, like, demonic movies, to me, like, they're kind of dumb. Like, it's not something I, think, oh my god, this is going to happen to me. Also, Mike, you may agree, how often do you see a horror movie and it legitimately, like, scares you?
Not often.
Seeing this in the like, for me, the one reason I need to go back to a movie theater, horror movies. Seeing a horror movie with a packed house or with your friends or a lot of people, comedies and horror, they're the best experience you will have in a theater. Seeing this in a packed house opening weekend with my friends legitimately scared the fuck out of me. Like when that little girl's sitting there and she goes, he's right there, and they're looking like, what? And it's just a blackened corner. That scared the ever-loving dog shit out of me. The music's amazing.
It is.
The both of them are really good actors.
They are.
But the moment when the mother is, I think she's home by herself, and she starts playing the clap game with her kid, like she thinks is her kid, and she goes into the basement, and the lights go out. Who's down here? She lights the match, and the hands come from behind her, and oh my god, I've almost jumped out of my seat. Normally at that point, I'm thinking, what would I do in that scenario? And it's just burn the house down and leave.
Yeah, like, look, I will not take anything away from this movie. I actually really enjoyed it, and I'm like you, I'm not big in the demonic possession stuff because it's usually kind of hokey. Like, I remember Amityville, the first time I saw the Amityville Horror, the original, that did scare me. But otherwise, like, every movie I'd seen after that about the demonic possession, it just never seemed...
when years before it was done, and it was done the best with The Exorcist.
Yeah, like, I did enjoy, I can't take anything away from that movie. That movie was a lot of fun.
That movie, that wasn't his first movie, but that also made me go, okay, anything James Wan does, I will go see. Because he is a hell of a...
So you saw his classic horror movie, Aquaman?
Yes, I did.
You had a weird love for Paranormal Activity, but I am not fond of possession movies, I think. So that's the thing. Me and Greg are both kind of on the same boat here. Neither of us ever got into the Paranormal Activity movies. I watched the first one. I saw the first one in theaters, and I think I laughed.
I'll plead the fifth on this one.
I think I laughed while people around me were like going like, ah!
If you want, I'll give you my brief review of that movie.
Give us your 10-second review. Go.
Fucking sucked.
That's his opinion. That's his opinion. It's okay if you have a different opinion. Go ahead.
I don't care. Put it this way, the only movie I will give you shit for loving is if you're one of those people that like, oh, I can't wait to watch a Serbian film again.
Let's not talk about Serbian film. I don't want to get banned on Twitch.
Real quick, why I don't like that movie? So, like, they videotape everything, correct?
Yes.
Everything.
Yes, they do.
Do you remember when she's like, oh my god, the car keys, I put them on the counter, and now they're on the kitchen the next morning?
Yeah.
Like, that was a big thing. The Ouija board bursts into flames in the middle of the night. Never fucking spoken about.
So there might be some plot holes.
That was the moment where I was like, nope. Nope. Fuck this movie.
Look, my sister, I know, liked the first one. I think maybe even the second one. And like she was like, she couldn't understand why I didn't get into it, and I was just like, it's just not for me. Like there are just certain times when a movie just doesn't hit for me, but it hits for other people, and that's okay. Like I'm fine with it. I'm not gonna begrudge anyone loving something I don't.
Look, it could be like there's some movies that the first time I see them and I hate them, and then like 10, maybe years later, I'm like, all right, I'll give it a try.
Do you want to watch Howard the Duck with me?
Hmm?
Do you want to watch Howard the Duck with me?
Be the first time I've ever seen it.
All right, talk about a horror movie.
I think you're up.
All right, yeah, I am. Fuck it. This one should come as no surprise to anyone. This, my friends, is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This movie, I saw it well after it came out. I wasn't alive, believe it or not, when it came out. Uh,
Eight
but
years before you were born.
yep. But this movie, I saw this movie for the first time when I was in high school. I want to say I was probably like a freshman or sophomore in high school, and I was going through like watching old horror movies, trying to see which ones I like. I watched in the same weekend. I watched this and the original "I Spit on Your Grave." We're
So
not,
two real, fun movies.
yeah. I Spit on Your Grave is a hell of a lot harder to watch than this. But this, like, I couldn't believe how fucking crazy this movie was. Um, like, you don't see a lot of stuff like,
Here's the thing. Other than when Grandpa sucks the blood off of her finger at the dinner table, there's no blood in this movie. It's all just you think it is.
you think it's there. Yeah, it's kind of like a Psycho that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alfred Hitchcock showed up.
Also, not Halloween. This was the highest grossing independent picture of all time.
Yeah. But the scene where the dude is coming into the house and you just see the door get ripped open and you just hear the fucking thud of him hitting him with that hammer. The dude drops, his legs are like convulsing because he's basically just got a brain injury from Leatherface hitting him in the head with a fucking sledgehammer. Oh my god, it got me. And like
It's
I
funny.
watch. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, no.
No, go ahead.
Oh, the first time I watched this was with a group of people, and we were in someone's basement. I don't remember whose, but we were watching it, and I just remember like I'm sitting there trans fucking fixed. Like, holy shit, this is amazing. How have I never seen this? Like, it blew me away that something like this had gotten made, and it had gotten made in the 70s. And then
Yeah.
and then I found out about all these other exploitation movies, like I Spit on Your Grave and all that. Like, this is before slasher movies were really a genre. Like, no, I guess they existed, but they weren't big, right? Like, it's not until
Oh, Halloween's the first slasher movie. Nope.
no, but it popularized the slasher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's like, but Texas
This
Chainsaw, holy shit, man.
came first. But now, what I was going to say, I was actually reading online about this earlier. So when he opens the door up, that was the first time he saw Gunnar Hansen in the full. Because I was looking on the IMDb
Shit.
page, and it said they all avoided him, like on set. They just left him alone, and he was kind of mad. Like, why does nobody, want to talk to me? And they had said like that was the first time when he opens that door up. It was when he first saw him in the full makeup.
Did he freak? I guess his reaction's real then.
When like scream he let out.
Holy shit. Yeah.
And a dinner table scene. I was reading on the facts page. How long do you think it took to film that? Now, bear in mind, this is super low budget, so it's not like they have a whole load of time.
I'd say like an hour or two.
27 hours for maybe 5 minutes of footage. Because the guy that plays Grandpa flat out refused to put the makeup on more than once.
So they did it for 27 hours straight until they got the 5 minutes they needed.
They basically filmed for I'm sure there were breaks, but 27 hours to film that one scene because he flat out refused to do the makeup any more than that one time.
Wow.
But you know why that movie's horrifying? It was that special we used to watch every year, the Bravo 100 movie,
Oh yeah, 100 scariest movies or scary movie moments or something.
how Rob Zombie described it. It's a documentary. Legitimately, when you watch that, those people seem like
Real people.
it seems
Yeah.
like you're looking at real people.
But yeah, that's why like I can watch that movie surprisingly, and its sequel, the one, multiple times. I don't like to talk about Texas Chainsaw 3 or the new generation. But Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rose. There is a character in that movie that I actively root for to get killed.
Who do you root for to get killed?
Franklin.
Oh,
But no, he actually, I was reading on there, he said he actually played his character that way to be really annoying because he knew, like, I'm gonna fucking die. So I'll make people hate me.
fair, fair. All right. I will say before we move on, the sequel is not a horror movie.
Isn't it like a comedy?
It is. It's like Bill Moseley and the dude Gunnar Hansen who playing Leatherface, like just hamming the fuck it out of it, and it is amazing to watch.
An 80s coked, I'm sure, probably coked out Dennis Hopper.
Yes. Oh yes, Dennis Hopper. Yes, Dennis Hopper is the sheriff going, or not the sheriff, but he's going after the family because he knows that they killed his daughter in the first movie. Is what it boils down to. And there's a scene where Dennis Hopper dual wields mini chainsaws. It is not a horror movie, but it is so much fun.
Is it fall into the category of it's not a good movie, fun movie?
I'd still say it's a good movie. It's a good like horror comedy. Like,
Okay.
but it doesn't pretend like it's a straight horror movie at all. Like it's like, no, we're going over the top. It's gonna be fucking crazy. Leatherface is gonna fall in love with a DJ. Like, sorry, I'm talking more about the sequel than I did about the original. But the sequel is so much fun and so worth it.
Here, the last thing I'll say about the original,
Hmm.
it has one of the greatest opening narrations of all time
It does. It does.
by John Larroquette.
Is it really? Huh. I did not know that. All right, let's move into yours. Your next one. So what do you got to say about this movie? This piece of shit.
Okay, well,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
So the thing, one, I don't know what language it is, but if you speak the language you hear at the beginning of the movie, will literally spoil the entire movie for you when they're chasing the dog at the very beginning. But John Carpenter's The Thing, one, is a masterclass of movie special effects. Like when when the one body, they kill the guy and his head comes off and grows spider legs and starts crawling across the floor. There's
Yeah.
They pay an homage to that in almost every movie when a character looks at something and goes, "You gotta be fucking kidding me," is ripped directly from this movie. When the guy looks and says, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." It's, in my mind, John Carpenter's second best movie, and it stars America's greatest living actor, Kurt Russell. I will take no slander on that man's name. But no, to me, it's a horror. Like, I think it's a really horrifying movie. Plus, the ending of it, I don't know, like, how far spoilery wise should I go into this for a movie that's 40 years old?
It's 40 fucking years old, dude. You can talk about the ending to The Thing.
So, the only official sequel that he agrees to is a comic book that came out in the, I think, 1990, where you find out that both Kurt Russell and Keith David are actually human at the end of the movie.
That's always what I thought, man.
The urban legend is they were interviewing, I think, the cinematographer who did a lot of his movies, that whenever you are about to find out who the Thing is, like, the light, you don't see light in their eyes.
Okay.
And when you watch the end of the movie, you don't see Keith David's breath. You don't see any light in his eyes. So people always speculate, oh, well, clearly he has to be the Thing. And the other ideas, when Kurt Russell hands him the bottle of whiskey at the end of the movie, when they
I've heard this
die,
yeah, I've heard this theory.
I had it in my mind the last time I watched it, like a couple weeks ago, where it's not whiskey, it's gasoline.
Yeah.
And after Keith David drinks it, Kurt Russell just sits there looking at him. And if you put it in your mind of he's messing with him, you're like, okay, it's he's the thing.
Yeah,
But
because
it's
the thing
definitely,
wouldn't know what whiskey actually tastes like, right?
but yeah,
So
it doesn't have a happy ending, which at times I like those kind of movies where it's just they just both agree, like, all right, well, late in the movie when I watched it, there's maybe 10 minutes left in the entire movie. I'm like, damn, they still got to get a lot done. And it's like, all right, well, they both just look at each other like, all right, well, we're going to die, but we can't let this thing get out of here.
yeah, no, I like the thing to me is probably if we were doing a list of like sci-fi horror, that would be number one for me, with a bullet. Like,
Oh, for sure for me.
yeah, followed by Alien, Predator, Predator Two. Predator Two would probably be number one. No, I'm just kidding. But
Number two for me, I'll tell you that when you're done.
yeah,
We'll save that for best sci-fi horror.
but like I I agree with like John Carpenter, amazing filmmaker. This and another movie. Actually, he's made a ton of really good movies. I'll put it that way. The music in the thing is
One of the movies where he
amazing.
didn't do it.
It's still amazing.
I know.
Like, like
Ennio Morricone.
he's the guy who did
All the spaghetti westerns.
yeah, yeah. Wow, really? I wasn't aware of that. Well, the music is amazing. Like as is any Carpenter movie, whether he scores it or not, the music is usually really really good because he has an ear for that kind of thing. I
It's
guess.
also very atmospheric. Like you feel claustrophobic watching it because it's only that 6 or 7 guys you see the entire movie.
Yeah. Saya said Alien and Aliens perfection.
I will agree with that. You have a haunted house movie and a Vietnam movie.
Aliens isn't a horror movie.
No, it's not. Neither is Predator.
Okay. As long as we're agreed, it's an amazing action movie, though. All right, but I do agree they are perfect films. Like Alien, I think is a perfect sci-fi horror movie. Like that is number one for me, probably, and then The Thing is number two for me. It would be Thing for you, and then I don't know what your number two would be.
Here, I'll spoil it and I'll fucking defend this. I will die on this hill. Second best sci-fi horror movie?
Yeah.
Terminator.
Oh, that's a good one.
And
I might make that my number three, actually. Blame Delay. Yeah, fair.
I'm waiting because I'm looking at your chat right now. I will defend that, and if he agrees, because if you really think about it, the Terminator
is a slasher movie.
It's a Jason movie.
Yeah.
That one, an unstoppable killer who has to kill the final girl, and instead of knives, uses guns.
Terminator could happen. That's all I'm saying. It's grim, it's gritty, and it could really happen. All right, I'm moving on. My next one is I chose a different Friday the 13th movie for my list. I chose Friday the 13th Part 3. It's the first movie where Jason has the iconic mask. It's the second movie where Jason is the killer. It also has one of the best deaths in the fucking franchise.
Which one?
Hold on, we'll see if we get a little preview of it in here.
Given to the character, given to Jason by the annoying character of the movie.
Yes.
Even though it's not called, he's not named the same. One of the characters from the game right there is, well, two of the characters from the game.
Foxy's in this, but they actually call her Foxy in the game, so there's that. And Shelly's in it, who's also named Shelly in this. I think that the death of where the dude is walking on his hands.
Okay, okay.
I think that is one of the best deaths in the fucking series. The dude is like walking on his hands like in a handstand. He turns the corner or whatever, and Jason's just standing there with a fucking axe, and he's just like,
Yeah,
"Yep,
because he's saying to the woman in the shower, "Hey, do you want a beer?"
yep," and you just see the axe come down, basically onto his dick, and split the dude in the middle. It's fucking great. Also, because I love schlock, this is the first. This is the only. I was about to say first. This is the only Friday the 13th movie in 3D, and it takes full advantage of the 3D. AKA really shitty. Like everything gets pointed at the camera.
Here's the thing: if I'm watching 3D, that's the kind of 3D I want.
Agreed.
Like, just do that.
But that is probably my favorite Friday the 13th. Hands down. Like there are definitely better deaths in the series. Like I know your favorite is the kid in the
Oh,
wheelchair in part 2.
it's 100%.
um
Chat, if we ever do Beth top 10 death scenes in a heart in, I'll say movies, I'm telling you right now, number 1, kid in wheelchair. It shouldn't, because it's a crippled guy getting a machete in the face.
Hold on.
You're looking it up, aren't you?
Yeah. So this is the death that I probably agree with Pumpkin. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. It just goes on and on.
Fucking hill, and it's in the rain.
Oh, he gets a machete right to the dome, and then he rolls down every
I'd
flight
say
of steps at the
the
camp.
next death would be the obvious of the sleeping bag in
Yeah,
part 7.
yeah, but God, the wheelchair death always gets me. It's such a good death. It's you don't expect it because it's a character in a fucking wheelchair. You don't expect that to be the way he goes out, man. Oh, oh man. All right, sorry. Let's move on. We've already talked about this movie, uh, at length, today.
Bro, what the hecking heck is going to appreciate this pick?
Yep. This is both of our number 4. Hey, there you go. We're moving. If he would have had any sense of still being able to feel anything, each step down those stairs would be horrifically painful and terrifying. Yep. And that's why we laugh.
He was already paralyzed. He wasn't feeling anything.
Yeah. Yes, it's Behind the Mask, the rise of Leslie Vernon. So,
Oh, what we didn't mention earlier, the one thing I did and I never followed up on
hmm,
was they did a Kickstarter for a comic book. I got the first 2 or 3 issues and I never bothered to go online and buy like the end of the run, like 4, 5, and 6. I gotta really look in to see if I can find them.
yeah, because that's the best you're going to get for a sequel, sadly.
But it's like it had to, if it wasn't done before. Everything they're saying there is 100% true. It doesn't. It's super low budget. Doesn't look it. It looks, legitimate. I mean, it has like a found footage feel to it, but
It
it's
has
a
a,
fucking
it's a this
genius
is
movie.
this is Spinal Tap for horror movies. Like it's literally a documentary crew filming the guy who believes he's going to be the next big supernatural killer.
And Jason, Freddy, Michael, Chucky, they all exist. They're just real serial killers.
Yeah.
And the guy that plays Eugene,
In The Walking Dead.
Eugene from The Walking Dead, they never say who he is. He's an old serial killer. It was a rumor that they were supposed to say who he was. The theory that he was going to be Billy from Black Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I heard. Okay. We're on the same page on that. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so he even says in the movie, Jason, Mike, Fred, they took it to another level because in the old days we would hit once and leave. Not them. They just kept coming back like a plague year after year.
But like, and this movie is like when the term meta became a thing. I never I had never heard that before this movie. Before we saw this movie, it was never really a thing. This movie is super meta. Like it
No,
is.
that was a scene right there that isn't in the movie.
Yes, the trailer has some scenes that are not in the movie.
I haven't seen this trailer in years.
um, but this movie is yeah in 2007. Holy crap!
I think it was in theaters for like a week.
Yeah, and like Pumpkin said, we saw that movie at the horror movie convention that we go to, Monster Mania,
Like 2 years after it came out.
and immediately fell in love with that movie. Hey, Krista, how you doing? You came in at the right time. We're talking about Behind the Mask: The Rise of Leslie Vernon. One of mine and Pumpkin, aka Greg's, favorite horror movies. Also, wait, move your hand. Isn't that mustache glorious, everyone? I wish I could grow a mustache like that.
It's the only problem, it doesn't connect like right here.
Yeah, it's still glorious, man. It's a beautiful beautiful thing to tickle me when we kiss.
That never happens.
Always happens. Anyway, but yeah, Behind the Mask: The Rise of Behind the Mask: The Rise of Leslie Vernon.
Sadly, we're never getting the next movie before The Mask: The Return of Leslie Vernon.
Yeah, but why? Just tell me, why do you think it rates so high on your list?
For me, I had never seen anything like it. It's legitimately funny. Thank you, Saya. It'll be gone next month.
I am always denied what I want.
It's funny. It's harder for me to call it scary. To me, it's not.
No.
But it takes all the tropes of a horror. Literally, in the one scene in the trailer when he's running at her. Yes, Rose, Paradise Lost.
Found it.
When he was signing that standee, he was, do you want me to write anything on it? I said, yeah, sure. And before I could even say what I wanted him to write, he was writing that. And I'm like, that's what I was going to ask you to put. But
yeah, God.
in the scene when he's running at her, he's explaining to her the rules of horror movies. Like, why don't people, open the windows? Because they're nailed shut. How come the lights don't work? Oh, because I have them hooked up to a switch right here. Why don't the cars start? Because I took out the spark plugs. So it literally takes all the tropes of horror movies, and there's a reason why those are tropes in horror movies.
It's because the killers are pre-working the scenes so that they have more of an advantage, because it is one versus many.
Because when he's working out, he says, "You know how much cardio I have to do to make it look like I'm running my ass off?"
Or no, to make it look like I'm not running my ass off and keep up with those kids.
Scene when he's chasing her, he bets her $10 that I can beat you to that tree. And she's like, "Well, I was all state and track, so I'm gonna, there's no way you're gonna win." All right, he's like, "I'll even give you a 10-step head start." Okay. She starts running her ass off to the tree. As soon as she turns and looks to the tree, he fucking runs after her. She turns around, he starts lumbering towards her. And right when she gets to the tree, she trips and falls. He just walks up, touches the tree, and she goes, "Told you."
And that's a deleted scene, right? That's not actually in the movie.
Yeah, I think that's like earlier in the movie, but that part's deleted.
Yeah.
And you also have to watch the entire credits.
Yes, please do. All right, let's move on to your number 3. We're almost through. Can you believe it? So we don't agree again until 1. Just putting that out there.
I know.
Go for it.
At least you can understand why I picked this movie.
I have to talk to you. I'm gonna have to say something at the end, but it's nothing bad. Go ahead.
Jaws. When we mentioned earlier the Bravo 100 scariest movie moments, I forget what celebrity said it, and it's the truth. How did nobody think of this idea beforehand? A shark. Literally, like, it's one of those things where it's like, you don't think of sharks existing before this movie came out. It's like they never existed beforehand. But the moment in the movie where the guy's severed head pops out of the boat when Richard Dreyfuss is underwater earlier in the movie, that scared the dog shit out of me. Not when Jaws pops out of the water, and you're gonna need a bigger boat scene. It's the head. It's one of my favorite jump scares in any movie, and it's one of the few movies I consider perfect. Not like movie mistakes, shit like that. It's when I watch it, there's nothing I'd go, okay. For me, I consider a perfect movie. There's nothing I would cut out. It's everything that's on the screen deserves to be on the screen.
Okay.
But the one I had seen an interview with Spielberg years ago where he was talking about when the shark jumps out of the water. He's like, do we really have to do that? It's not going to be scary. He's like, look, if I have them by this point, I'll have them. And it's the scare that everybody remembers from that movie.
No, fair.
It also has one of my favorite performances in any movie, Robert Shaw.
Is Robert Shaw the guy who...
Quint.
Yeah. Okay.
The boat captain.
I know Richard Dreyfuss, and what's the other guy's name? Yeah, Roy Schneider. I know those two names right off the top of my head, but Robert Shaw. Okay. So the only reason this doesn't make it onto my list, it's not because it's not a good movie. It's a fucking, like you said, it is a perfect movie. Like you said, nothing on screen is wasted.
There's not a wasted moment in that movie.
I totally agree with that. The only reason it's not on my list, and this is because of when I saw it versus anything. I saw this movie when I was really, really young.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, I never considered this a horror movie. I always considered this kind of like a drama. And it is no fault of the movie, and it's like as I got older I realized yes, it's a horror movie. But it was a movie that my parents watched, you know what I mean?
And it's also weird when you think about it, an hour of the movie, there's 3 actors in it.
Exactly. But like it's just like it didn't register in my young brain that it was a horror movie. I thought it was like a drama or like, it was like one of those movies my parents watch. And like while I enjoyed it as a kid, I definitely enjoyed it more as I got older.
You can appreciate it more.
Exactly. But
the fact that I haven't mentioned it yet. One of the absolute greatest film scores. Like the theme to that movie. Even if you've never seen that movie, if somebody went Dana, you know exactly what that is.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That's Pink Panther.
I guess one of the last things I'll say about this movie, Spielberg thought it was a joke when he heard that music for the first time.
Wait, really?
He went to see John Williams is doing the score. He went to go, see what he was doing for the movie, and he started playing the theme. And he's like, "This is a joke, right?" And after he heard it more and more, like, okay, this works.
Yeah. Oh, good. Sai agrees with me. Like, it just wasn't a horror movie for me as a kid. Like,
I could, like, he agrees now that it is, but I could see as a kid movies that your parents watch. You're like, I ain't watching that shit. Like, you want to watch something that you want to watch.
Yeah, exactly. And like I was more like the first movie I saw that I thought was a horror movie was A Nightmare on Elm Street. I saw that also way too fucking young. But like
a lot of movies too fucking young.
Yeah, fair.
That explains some things.
Definitely explains some things. And speaking of A Nightmare on Elm Street,
or tangentially Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yes, this is my favorite. This is my favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movie, A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, aka the Dream Warriors. If you guys, wait, my dad was a huge horror movie fanatic, and he let me watch. Like, yeah, see, I wasn't allowed to watch these movies, so I wanted to watch them more.
Anything you weren't allowed to watch as a kid. You're like, why can't I watch it? Now I must.
So the thing that about this Nightmare on Elm Street movie in particular, not only does it show that like people know about Freddy and they know how to fight. Like they're learning how to fight back against him. But this is the first movie where Freddy is funny, and it's not
overdone.
it's not overdone. Like every sequel to this movie, the comedy in Freddy just keeps getting notched up and up and up and up and up until it's absurd. In this, it's like he's funny, but he's funny in that way that's like, this motherfucker's about to kill you, and he can crack jokes about it because there's nothing you can do about it. Like, it was an amazing movie to watch as a young person into horror. Also, Patricia Arquette's in it. You know, Heather Langenkamp came back. She was not in the original. The sequel. The less said about the sequel, the better.
John Saxon came back, I think, in this one.
Yes, her Heather Langenkamp's father is back in this one. This is the one. This is the one that got me as a kid. It's the puppet death. So the Freddy basically turns somebody's
into a
marionette with their veins. That movie, it always got to me, and the fact like they had established in the first movie that you could bring Freddy into the real world, right? It's funny music years ago, I believe. I found more of them funny. Yeah, they are. The problem is after 3, they are. I still enjoy them, but they're more comedy than horror at that point. 3, maybe 4.
Out of the franchise, it's the franchise I've seen the least. The
really?
one thing I will say about the third one, which, if you go with the cliches in horror movies, it actually didn't scare me, but it shocked me in the sense the black guy lives.
Yes.
And he's the only one in the movie.
Yes, the only African American in the movie lives.
Lawrence Fishburne's in it. But he's not like a main character or anything. Like he's literally I can't think of his name, but one of the
he's a nurse at the psychiatric hospital.
But like one of the patients lives the whole movie, and he's like a main character. I'm like, holy shit.
So 3 characters make it out of Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. He makes it out. It's Patricia Arquette and her 2 friends, the Kincaid. Hey, Gatus, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. It's Kincaid and it's Joey. I think Joey's the kid who doesn't talk. Those are the 3 that make it out alive. Heather Langenkamp fucking dies in Part 3. The problem is that 3 goes into 4. 4, they had to recast Patricia Arquette because she didn't want to come back because she got too famous.
Is that Dream Warriors?
No, 3 is Dream Warriors.
Dream
Master is 4.
Okay, yeah.
4 immediately kills Kincaid and Joey.
Like
so
opening of the movie kills
Kincaid, the guy who we just said, it went against the horror stereotype of the black guy dying first in horror movies.
Or they didn't live in an 80s movie.
Gets killed in the first 5 fucking minutes of the sequel. Really? And then to top that off, Joey also dies. No one really cared. He didn't have much of a part in Dream Warriors. He was just like the damsel in distress that they had to go save. And Bill Maher, the guy who looks like Bill Maher, I know it's not Bill Maher, but the guy who looks like Bill Maher, he gets killed by Freddy Skelton. That's great. Anyway, but because they had to recast Patricia Arquette, they kill her fucking character off as well in like the first 15 minutes. It's fucking crazy. Like, why would you had 3 kids survive Part 3. You bring their characters back and you just immediately kill them in Part 4. It's kind of like Friday the 13th Part 2, where they bring the survivor, what's her name? From Part 1.
Oh, Alice, I think.
Alice, back, and in the first 15 minutes she gets killed off.
Oh, dude, it's like the first 3 minutes of the movie.
It's ridiculous, man.
It's like Alien 3. You spend the whole Aliens following her and Newt, and Michael Bihn's character, and they literally get killed off screen before the movie even starts.
Which a lot of people hated, myself included.
Oh, and remind me after we're done a question that we'll have about a Halloween that has a death in there that makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Basically saying no escape. Even if you escape one, you won't escape again. That's the thing. Tommy Jarvis is the exception to the rule.
He escaped 3 times.
He escaped Jason 3 times. He's still alive. Like, he's the only character who's gone up against Jason in multiple movies and is still alive. Now there are other characters who've gone against Jason who are still alive. They just haven't been in other movies.
There was an idea that one of the final girls had is how come nobody ever made a movie where all the final girls come back?
Like that was one of the rumored things for the next Jason movie, wasn't it? Was that like all the survivors of the Camp Crystal Lake attacks come back, basically going, we're gonna fucking get Jason, we're gonna kill him.
any you know what? Any horror franchise.
Yes, Coyle, pumpkin face
has something like
that. Oh my god. All right. But yeah, thank you for indulging me on my little Nightmare on Elm Street thing. I know you don't. It's not like your biggest thing.
Oh no, I do want to watch them more. It's just not it's just out of the 3 big franchises, it's the one I've seen the least. I've watched the first one a fuck ton.
All right, real quick before we move on to your number 2. Out of those big three, what's the best?
Halloween.
Friday the 13th.
Oh, here's the thing. The reason I say that is it's just hard for me to overlook the original. But for me, it's Michael, Jason, Freddy.
So I would say out of the 3 big franchises, I'd say the Jason movies have the better track record on sequels. That's not to say that they don't have shit sequels, because they do. They all have shit sequels. Halloween,
which we will talk about after the top 10. Which of the 2 sequels? Which 2 sequels is the worst? Is the worst?
Yeah, because even the the shitty Jason movies, there's fun in them. The shitty Freddy movies, I would say there's no fun in them, and the shitty Halloween movies, I would also say that. It's hard because you know who my favorite of the 3 actually is. It's Michael Myers. We don't talk about one of the Halloween movies. I talk about Part 3 all the time. Part 3 is a fantastic movie.
You know what? Before I'm listening to a podcast right now where they break down every Halloween movie, and going back to Monster Mania, one of the years we were there, Dick Warlock, who plays Michael in Part 2, hot take, is just as good as Nick Castle was in the original.
Also has a better name than Nick Castle, Dick Warlock.
So, because he's in Part 3, he plays one of the androids. Spoiler alert for Halloween 3. There's killer robots in that movie.
There are.
The mistake of that movie is calling it Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. If they had called it either Halloween Season of the Witch or just Season of the Witch, nobody would give a shit. It's the fact that you called it Halloween 3, people are thinking, where's Michael? Where's Laurie? Where's Dr. Loomis? Oh no, it's not in the Halloween universe.
Yeah, because they watch Halloween
in that movie.
Yeah, the Halloween the movie is on TV in Halloween 3, so they're not in the same universe.
That's when the commercial plays. Yeah, that they're all going to watch.
So I think I actually love Halloween 3. It's not good, but what's the guy's name?
Tom Atkins.
Tom Atkins, one of the second best living actor in America. He's in The Fog, and he's amazing in it.
Remake of My Bloody Valentine,
Yes,
He's
he
in
is.
Escape from New York,
Yes, he is. He's in Night of
Night
the
of the Creeps.
Creeps.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Lethal Weapon.
Yes. Tom
He's Michael
Atkins
Hunt's
is
actor.
amazing. But yeah, that Halloween 3, I will admit, not it's not if it wasn't if Halloween if the word Halloween was taken out of the title and I guess the number 3, uh, nobody would say
I
nobody
think it
there
would
wouldn't
be
be
if
as
you
much
call
hate.
it Halloween. Even if you called it Halloween Season of the Witch,
Yeah.
it's the fact that you're numbering it. But if it came out now, it'd be 100%. It would be successful because people would understand. Because you could go, it's an anthology, which is what they wanted it to be.
Yeah, they wanted the Halloween series to be an anthology where each movie was different. But the problem is they fucked themselves because they made part 2. So once you made
Which
part 2, which had Michael Myers, Dr. Loomis, and Laurie in it, you can't make part 3 and say, "Oh, we're making them anthology movies." It had to be from 2 on.
here's the thing: you could have made Halloween 2 later on. Like it could have been part 5 or 6.
Yeah,
Like,
like the
hey,
return of
like
Michael Myers,
we're gonna do an anthology, and
which is
this is
what
where we show
5 is
you what
called, isn't it?
happens.
Or 4 is called? The
Yeah, it's
return
the
of Michael
return,
Myers. Yeah.
revenge, curse.
I mean, and out of the 3 of those, we know which one's the best.
I prefer 4.
You're wrong, but okay. Let's move into your number 2. Here we go.
I will take no slander on this movie.
It is playing, right? Okay, it is moving.
Is it?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, there we go. Scream. From everybody, when they think of horror, it's the 80s. 90s horror was kind of dead. You may not what horror turned into after this, but the opening of this movie literally could be a movie in
In
and of
itself,
itself.
yeah. It was. It was called like what was it?
The original title of the movie was Scary Movie.
No. Like the movie where the girl, like the killer's in the house. Like
When a stranger calls.
when a stranger calls. Yeah.
Have you checked on the children? You know, the calls coming from inside the house.
Yeah.
But
yeah. God, sorry.
I remember seeing this. I didn't see it in
Cold in there. Sorry.
its initial run. I saw it in, I'm going to date myself because we're old, a budget theater. And those are movies that are second run that are like 3-4 months old where you go see them for $2. My mom took me. I was a freshman in high school.
Was it the Devon?
Nah, it was up here.
Okay.
There was a $2 budget theater. It's burned in my brain. The Village Theater. It's 10 minutes from here. To this day, it's my favorite movie going. It's also personal why it's number 2 for that very reason.
Dude,
Sitting in the theater and like every 5 minutes, oh my god, I think they're the killer. I think they're the killer. Oh no, they're the killer. But I legitimately think it's an amazing movie that also created at least the image of a killer. Like The Mask is fucking scary as shit.
Which is hilarious because it is literally a mask that was being sold at Halloween stores before this movie ever came out.
And they actually had to pay for the rights to use that mask.
Yep. This is
also,
for all you Dead by Daylight people out there. This is why they have the Ghostface killer in Dead by Daylight, but it's not the one from Scream because they licensed the mask.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
You threw me off there.
Sorry.
Oh, when you go and I only know about this because I had it on in the background in the credits of the movie. That how the filmmakers wish to thank the so and so. The one of the last is, and no thanks whatsoever to such and such a school, because they were literally a month away from filming, and they're like, you know what, nah, we're not going to let you make this movie about a bunch of kids that get murdered. So they had to go quick scramble, find another school that they could film at, which is the school that's in the movie.
So they throw shade in the thanks section and say, no thanks to this school because they tried to fuck us over.
And
that's awesome.
I wish like somebody made like a fake one, but the party at the end of the movie, like pretty much the last third of the movie, it was, I forget what it said, but it took them like 3 weeks to film that entire, like the end of the movie, to the point where like the crew had shirts made up saying like I survived shot 357 of the movie.
Well, I want to talk about that actually, because that is one of the things in that movie that has always stood out to me. The timing and pacing and reality in that whole party scene, that whole thing, it's perfect. Like the timing of Stu comes from this way and Randy comes from this way. Gail's over, like where everyone is, the 30-second delay from the camera, like it all actually times out correctly. Like it all makes spatial and time sense. Like it's fucking crazy. It is a true testament to Wes Craven that fucking works so well. Also, you love Scream, and Nightmare on Elm Street is something that you've barely watched.
No, I've seen the original a lot.
Sorry, I just connected those two dots in my head.
Oh no, I've watched the original Freddy a lot.
Okay.
It's just the franchise I haven't watched a lot.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, it just popped into my head like that. But yeah, I know you hold Scream in a much higher regard than I do. I love Scream. I still think it's a great movie. If this was the top 20, it would be on my list. No, absolutely. Probably top 15. I'm not gonna lie. It is superbly made, and it revitalized horror at a time where it really needed it, because at the time it was just sequels, and the sequels were getting shittier and shittier.
I'll watch every single one of them. But the one thing I wanted to bring up that I mentioned to you about in a future episode that we do of these, knockoffs of movies. So it's not necessarily like after Halloween, it was Friday the 13th, and then it was, oh shit, like we can make one of these cheap as fuck and make a shit ton of money. So, and like an idea I had is top 10 movies that came out after like something that did it first.
It's like movies that, like the top 10 like 90s horror that came after Scream, something like that.
Or even 80s, like even like just follow-ups in general. So like after Friday the 13th, like anything.
Okay. I get you. That might be fun. I will say that like I Know What You Did Last Summer.
I like the first one. Second one is a whole other story.
I don't like the sequels to Scream. You know this. I think 2 is probably okay. But 3 and 4, holy shit.
For me, it's 1, 2, 4, 3.
1, 2, 4, 3. Okay. Well, we can probably agree that 3 is the worst. I'm sorry, Krista. I wish I did. Jay and fucking Silent Bob are in part 3. What the hell? Really? Sorry. I'm not gonna go into it because this is about what we love.
That's why you know what? I can't wait until next January when the new trend where they reboot old movies and they just call them the title of the first movie. Because I will be there opening night for part 5
of Scream.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll probably watch it too.
And I'm putting good money that she don't survive that.
Probably not. I would think not.
Oh, it has what's his name from The Boys in it.
Carl Urban. Oh, okay. That guy. Carl Urban is dreamy. Anyway, I'll move into my number 2 real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing. I've also met the guy in person that does the voice of Ghostface. Yeah. Literally and I had to meet him because it's one of those things where I'm like, I gotta see what this fucker looks like. Literally, one of the first things he said during his Q&A, you're never going to be able to see this movie the same way again. Oh, anybody that spoke to him on the phone in those movies never met him until afterwards.
Yeah, you didn't actually tell us what he looked like. Was he handsome?
Oh no, he's just dude. He's a fucking fat older dude in his 50 with in his like 50s or 60s with glasses. He's a voice actor. He does the voice of Mojo Jojo.
He did a Mojo Jojo?
Yep. Oh,
Fucking A.
and you know how like nervous Drew Barrymore is in that movie? Like she seems genuinely like terrified.
Mm-hmm.
That's because Wes Craven was telling her like, I'm gonna kill your dog, or like I'm gonna kill a bunch of dogs because like she loves animals, and like he wanted her to be like fucking terrified.
That's fucking crazy. Oh, but speaking
Chris,
of
I'll post a picture of him in the Discord later.
yeah, speaking of directors who like to torture their actors, let's talk about my number 2.
Which is also literally number 2.
Number 2. Uh-oh. This isn't muted. There we go. This is Evil Dead 2. Directed by the great, one of the best horror directors, I'd say, Sam Raimi.
Even the directors in general, he's made some good movies.
He has. So this is his sequel, his follow-up to Evil Dead, which is Evil Dead 2. It is not a sequel.
It is it's a higher budget remake of part 1.
It is part 1 with more. So what it is they remade the first movie in the first 20 minutes of Evil Dead 2. So like him, but they cut out extra characters, so it's just him and his girlfriend that go up to the cabin in the woods. They find the thing, they play it. She gets possessed, he kills her, and then the family who, like the girl whose parents were in the cabin, like she comes back to because they have more pages from the Necronomicon. Whatever. This movie is fucking amazing. Okay, this movie, first things first, scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Okay. I saw this, came out in 87. I saw this in 92 or 93. This movie legit scared the shit out of me. But it also has some laughs. It is, all right, before we got to Army of Darkness and Ash vs. the Evil Dead, where there's a lot of comedy in these movies. This is the same reason why Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is probably my favorite, because there's funny. And then there's
an even balance.
Yeah, there's an even balance. In this one, there's definitely an even balance, and the actors were tortured during this, same as in the first one. Long hours. They didn't know like what was gonna happen. Some of the effects, like he had to use a real chainsaw in a bunch of scenes that he legit could have hurt somebody or himself. He like did a bunch of shit. Like he got injured on Army of Darkness, but that's a whole other thing. That's why he has a scar on his chin like me. Or I guess I have one like him.
You also didn't get yours filming a movie.
That's true. I got mine in a much cooler way. It was a bad D script. Are you talking about Army of Darkness? Because I'll argue that Army of Darkness is good. It's a good horror comedy. I would say Evil Dead 2 is just a legitimate horror movie with some comedy in it. And it's my number 2. Like, at top 10 all time, Evil Dead 2 stands head and shoulders above the original, which the original is much darker and has some stuff in it that is not easy for the squeamish. Like, the whole...
I already know what scene you're talking about.
The whole tree rape thing, and they did the remake. If you saw the remake of Evil Dead, they actually did that again, and I don't know why. Like, why you need to have that on screen. Anyway, sorry. Evil Dead 2. My number 2 best horror movie of all time. There's great character moments, like him cutting off his hand was truly like traumatizing when I first saw this movie. Let's see, in 94, I was probably 12 or 13 years old when I saw this movie. And it's like I said, scared the shit out of me, but, and I just a quick side story on how I saw this movie. My friend and I, my friend Sean and I, we were at my house. I was being watched by my aunt, who is my youngest aunt, who's only a couple years older than me, because my grandparents fucked until they were older. Hell yeah. What? and but she was the aunt that I think I've talked about her on stream before. She was the one who like would give me Iron Maiden tapes and let me watch horror movies and like encouraged my interest because she knew they weren't bad. Like she would draw me pictures of comic book characters and stuff. She was an artist and like she just fully was in like wanted me to be who I am. Yeah, she was definitely the cool aunt. So she was like, well, what do you guys want to watch? And we're like, horror movie, horror movie. And she's like, oh, I just saw this one not too long ago. And so she puts us in the basement, which, by the way, the basement in that movie is fucking horrifying. But puts us in the basement,
shit.
puts the
Basement
VHS in.
movie.
Yeah, puts the VHS in and leaves. She goes upstairs to like make us dinner or whatever. Me and my friend Sean are sitting there, fucking terrified. Lights off, everything. She comes down, we're like freaking out. Like I grabbed a baseball bat. Like we because we had lost ourselves in the movies. We're that young. Like we're just like holy shit. And like she comes down, she's like, maybe we shouldn't watch this. And we're like, no, we can watch it now that you're here. So now that she was there, we were able to watch it. But that's why it will always stand out as like it's a formative horror movie for me because it was I saw it at a time where I was really into horror movies and I hadn't seen anything like this. So there you go. That's my number two.
Sure. I forgot since you mentioned like watching a horror movie in the basement, lights off. You know, it's like horrifying. I am at the time over 30, probably at least 35 years old, home by myself. Dad's on vacation. I was like, fuck it. Put Scream on. Sitting there watching it. I turn all the lights off in the house. I'm not even in the basement. I'm in the friggin' living room. All of a sudden, Drew Barrymore's not even dead yet. My dog just stands up and starts looking into the hallway. Like, fucking staring. So I'm like, oh, god damn it. I couldn't watch the movie. I literally went through every room in my house. Because at first I'm thinking, look, I literally hadn't left my house that entire day. So I'm thinking, all right, let me go. Like, is there something in this house that like a bird, a bat? Like, I've had bats in this house. I'm like, all right, is there something in here that I cannot find? No joke, every room in this house looking, what are you goddamn staring at?
Spoiler alert, it was me. Just lurking in your house.
She got no treats that night, bitch.
All right, and I'm sure this is going to come as a shock to no one. But
considering there's a blanket of it and a poster of it in the frame that you are watching right now.
Listen, Pumpkin and I are number one horror movie. We both agree.
It'll never change.
It'll never change. This is actually like aside from horror movies, just in movies in general, this is my favorite movie.
Oh no, Rose, you're wrong. It's not that.
No, it's Schindler's List. What the fuck? Of course, it's Halloween.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be muted because there's gonna be copyrighted music in this.
Yeah. So yeah, of course it's Halloween. Halloween Part 1, whatever you want to call it. Halloween 1978. This movie.
This scene right here is the last scene they shot.
Yes, and it's the opening of the trailer, which is great. They actually show like the reveal in the trailer. This movie, it became the movie that every slasher after it aped, right?
It's not, look, I'll admit, it's not the first. It's not the first to do killer POV. It's not the first slasher. Laurie's not the first survivor girl. It's not the first of anything. Not the highest grossing independent movie. For me, it's the one that did it the best.
Totally agreed. The story, like, I'm a big fan of less is more. So, like, not knowing what set
Like
Michael off, not
John,
knowing.
like, oh, that scene right there where they're walking, the movie is set up so perfectly. I never thought about it. That's the only scene of the movie where you see all three of them together. It's the only scene she has with Linda.
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, Linda, you don't. Wow.
Unless you watch, I think, the TV version of part one, that's the only time you ever see all three characters together. But
That's
when you
interesting.
think about it, that it's set up so perfectly that their friendship in one moment of the movie.
Yeah. Um,
Legitimately, this movie scared the piss out of me into my teenage years.
yeah. This movie is, like, in my opinion, there are nitpicks you can make,
Like, I'm not saying it's like
but
I said about those like perfect movies. Like, I don't mean movie mistakes because this movie has a fuck ton of them.
it does. But because it
One of
was
them is in the trailer.
yeah, the whatever.
The wrench.
Yeah, the wrench in the hand. Look, doesn't matter.
This scene right here is for me the scariest scene of the movie.
I love this scene. Okay, it's actually cut differently in the movie, and then the trailer, which is odd for a movie from this time period. But this is the kid that Greg thinks should die. It's
Not the little girl.
not the little girl. It's Tommy.
Because that to me is the scariest scene of the movie. She literally just found three of her friends murdered, and she just got stabbed in the arm, fell over a railing, and she's about to be killed. The music, which we'll get to, is just it's intense, and she's running across the street screaming bloody murder. Tommy, please open the door. Please open the door. What? Who is it? Okay. This motherfucking kid walks so slow. She is screaming for her life. Opens the door. Okay. At that moment, Jamie Lee Curtis should yank him out the fucking house and lock that door.
uh, yeah. All right. I'm not. As a person who sleeps deeply and is hard to rouse from slumber, I kind of relate to Tommy in that in that sense. But yeah, you hear someone screaming bloody murder, you put a little pep in your step. Go open the door.
If one of your family members or, somebody you live with was screaming bloody murder at the front door of your house, you'd be like, oh shit, let me go check this out.
Yeah. God. But anyway, back to the movie itself. Like the pacing, like, and I get a lot of flack for this because I like older movies that have time to set up. Like, it's not like 10 minutes and then you're into the murders and stuff. Like, even though in that movie there is legit 2 murders in the first 10 minutes, but then after that it's a while to the next one. But I like that slow setup, that slow burn. Yeah.
Like, stuff still has to happen, which, like, it's an interesting move. Like, things keep happening, propelling the movie forward.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, you just made me picture Homer coming over, screaming bloody murder, and Hightop shuffling super slow to the door. What?
No, 100%. That would be him.
It would.
That 100% would be him.
It would. Like, unless I legit. Yeah, no, it would be me. I think I've told this story on stream. I fell asleep while boiling eggs one time when I was younger, at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and woke up at 3 o'clock when my dad came rushing into the house because the house was filled with smoke because all the water had evaporated and the eggs had turned black, and thankfully I hadn't burned down the house.
Because you were in a row home then.
Yes, I would have taken out an entire city block. I'm not boiling eggs. I'm boiling them. Boil.
he stands over the pot and like, you pieces of shit.
Yeah. Why don't you taste better, eggs?
Anyway, like the music of that movie, it's back to Jaws.
Iconic. It's
Even
iconic.
if you've never seen the movie, I will bet money you have heard that music. There's certain music keys and movies that it's just in your DNA. That's one of them. But you might have heard this story. Carpenter shows the movie to an executive. She hates it. The woman's like, this movie's stupid. It's it's garbage. It's never gonna make money.
Yeah.
Sees her 7 months after the movie comes out. She's like, that's the scariest movie I've ever seen. Because she saw it after the music was added to it.
Yeah, exactly. But the music adds a hell of a large layer to that movie, and it's... You've never seen the full movie, Si? God damn, Si, you need to see the full movie. It is definitely worth the watch. Like
Just
I said,
wait another 7 months. It'll be played in Discord.
Yeah, actually. But yeah, so that was our top 10. We got through that, and it only took us like 2 hours and 43 minutes.
No, subtract off of that, because we talked about Monster Mania quite a bit.
Fair. It probably took us like 2 hours. To go through ostensibly 20 movies, even though not really.
Since we're on the topic of Halloween, I'm going to post this in the Discord, or the chat, I mean. Feel free to go to that and vote on what we should do next.
Ah, there you go. Thank you. That's good. Rarely in my life. I hated it was hard. Okay.
It's the only ones I could think of off the top of my...
No, so here, I'll put it up. It's no problem. So Pumpkin wants to know what top 10 should we do next? 80s horror movies, so explicitly only 80s. Sci-fi horror sequels. Man, it's all horror. Best horror kill scene. And 90s horror.
I was gonna just put movie deaths in general.
Best horror kill scene. No, we already talked about it.
It's Wheelchair.
It's Wheelchair. Horror sequel. Well, you guys can vote. The link's right there, and we'll put that in the Discord just to hopefully get some more votes on it. But I'm down for any of those, really. I have good ideas for most of those. I might be a little... No, never mind. I got sci-fi horror.
I would have to go to like Wikipedia when we did the ranking list, which I will have to find the list that I made to see where we put them at, because I just to remember what came out in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
But a question I asked you the other night: which is the worst movie? Halloween 5: The Revenge of Michael Myers, or Halloween Resurrection? Because I just watched part 5. Haven't watched 8 in years. No fault of the movie. It just haven't watched it.
All right, hold on. We're gonna do something real quick. Halloween Part 5 trailer. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna bring up this trailer, and we can talk about it, and then I'll bring up the trailer for Resurrection as well. So Halloween Part 5, just so everyone knows, this is
a year later.
Came out a year after Part 4.
Yep.
Part 4, if you didn't see Part 4, which don't blame you.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm spoiling the shit out of it.
Go.
That little girl right there, ostensibly, was set up to be the killer from there on out.
Yeah.
Nope.
She's also Michael Myers' niece.
Completely fucking forgot.
Jamie Lee Curtis had a kid, died, and then this kid is being stalked by Michael Myers in Part 4 and 5.
The blonde that you just saw right there talking to her,
that's her adopted sister.
She is the final girl of Part 4. Like, she's literally the little girl's big stepsister. Like, she is you're into the movie. That is who you follow. She's killed within 15-20 minutes into this movie. You then follow her friend, who you've never seen before in the franchise. It was originally supposed to be little Lindsay Wallace grown up. They just never did that.
So, sorry, real quick. Can we talk about this scene right here?
Is that with the hermit?
Yep.
In the beginning of the movie?
Yep.
So
how did Halloween 4 end?
End of part 4, he's standing next to a well, and the cops just shoot the fuck out of him. Shotguns, rifles, any gun they had. He falls down the well. They throw dynamite, and he's buried. You find out in the beginning of part 5, he crawls out of the well into, I'll call it a river, and washes up, and an old hermit takes him into his makeshift shack. A year later, he awakens, kills the guy, and the movie begins.
It is so
Man in Black.
It is so convoluted and so silly. Like,
this is when they finally start to, like, they set up. Like, the funny thing is, this came out in 1989. So everything they set up in this movie, like that tattoo on his wrist, at the end of this movie, he's arrested. He's sitting in a fucking jail cell at the end of the movie. Like, no, it doesn't happen.
Wait, what happens after he's arrested? Finish that thought.
Oh, no, I am. So, throughout the movie, you keep seeing a man in black. All you ever see is from the waist down, black pants, black boots, steel-tipped boots. And he goes into the police station, kills all the cops, frees Michael Myers. End of movie. You don't get the payoff to that for 6 years.
You left out one important thing. They take Michael's niece. That's all.
So it becomes so convoluted, and you don't get the payoff for 6 years.
Because the next Halloween movie comes out in 1995, starring Paul Rudd.
And I know you love that movie, but you'll admit that when they fully, it became like, when they gave a reason outside of he just wants to kill his family members, it's just like, nah, this is just...
Yeah. But this is also the last movie to have Donald Pleasance in it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 1995's is the last one with Donald Pleasance in it. Sorry.
So, the one thing that we haven't mentioned yet, throughout the movie, there's two deputies.
Hold on.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Talk about it. I'm finding them.
Whenever you see them, cartoon sound effects are played. Like, it's essentially the backing track to a Looney Tunes episode is played whenever you see these two cops.
Hold on. I'm going to put the music on for this. I don't care.
I can't imagine this music's going to be fucking copyrighted.
All clear. Nothing above, nothing below.
What about Max?
Why clown music?
This is not happening to me. Max!
Like, the franchise was never set up to be like a funny, like that type of funny. Like, there was comedy in all the movies, yes, but not broad. Like, what the fuck is the point in that?
All right, now let's watch. Oh, hold on. That's not a great quality one. Let me see if I can find a better one. This looks good.
Oh no, sorry, that's 100% why they did it, because they're played as dopey cops.
But it's a fucking horror movie.
But you don't need that music to like get across that you could have just showed them being shitty at their jobs.
Okay.
Tomorrow night, you.
Okay.
Music.
Yeah. So this is the trailer for Halloween Resurrection, starring one Busta Get Up, Get Down Rhymes.
Katie Sackhoff from Battlestar Galactica.
One of the kids from American Pie.
The young black guy who was in a lot of shit at that time. I can't remember his name.
Yeah. Is it Tyra Banks?
Yeah, she's in it.
Tyra
So-
Banks in it. So yeah, tell me about
Yeah,
Halloween Resurrection.
So one thing, they filmed her dying. Like they filmed her death.
I know.
Tyra Banks. I think their explanation is there's always that one character that dies in a movie that you don't see get killed, which is fine, but you never actually see anybody discover her body. So at one point in the movie, Busta Rhymes dresses up like Michael Myers because the whole thing's a scam. He gets the kids to the house, and they're gonna stream it on the internet. Which makes sense. You know, it's the core idea of in the world of the movie, let's go to the home of this mass murderer
And live stream it when live streaming was just brand new
on Halloween night. Fine, completely. I'll buy that as a concept.
It's called Dangertainment, by the way. God.
Early 2000s, I'll buy that shitty name. So you eventually find out that it's all horseshit. Like it's everything they find in the movie is all set up. He's doing it because he wants to make a good show. So at one point, he's walking through the house, and you think, okay, it's Michael. Then you see another Michael behind him, and that's actually Michael Myers. And he starts yelling at Michael. And remember, it's Busta Rhymes. What the fuck are you doing here? Go the fuck outside. And he does. He just turns around and leaves. But tie it back to a Monster Mania memory. We met the guy that played Michael in this movie.
Yep.
And at the Q&A, a fan asked him, how did it feel to get your ass kicked by Busta Rhymes? Because Busta Rhymes
karates him. He karates him.
Is set up like in kung fu movies. He roundhouse kicked Michael Myers out the window.
So there's one thing, Greg, you didn't mention, which is the beginning of the movie.
Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting there because I was actually reading on the IMDb page that.
So let me take this real quick. The beginning of this movie. This movie is a sequel to Halloween H2O, which is when they brought Jamie Lee Curtis back. They ignored parts 4, 5, and 6.
Before you get to that, so this franchise, as much as I love it, has the most convoluted timeline. There's 1, 2, 7, and 8.
Yep.
There's 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
Yep. And then there's 1 and the new one that just came out.
Yes. So, and then there's 3. But regardless, convoluted timeline.
All right.
Continue. How does H2O end?
H2O ends with Jamie Lee Curtis beheading Michael Myers.
Which, if you're going to end the series,
fucking great way to go out is have your original final girl come back, fucking take off her brother's head. It's fucking awesome.
Because there's a great moment in that scene where she basically takes the fear back, like when she's standing in the courtyard screaming his name, like, "Come on, motherfucker, we doing this or what?"
Yeah. And so, like, all right, great, cool, we ended the franchise. It's hell of an ending. Then they're like,
you know, deep down, it's not going to end.
Yeah. But like, you know, they could reboot it. They could go any direction they wanted to. Instead, what they do is they open this movie with Jamie Lee Curtis in a mental institution.
Huh. Why is that?
Why is that? Well, because the person whose head she cut off was not Michael Myers. It was an ambulance driver that Michael switched the mask onto and crushed his throat and put him in a body bag.
Yep.
Okay.
So
hold on. I gotta keep going. In the mental institution, there's a dude who, like, and this reminds me of every person who's into real life serial killers, because they're in a mental fucking institution. If you idolize them, I should be more specific. If you're like into reading about like these crazy people and why they did it, like, I understand that shit. It's,
like, here's the thing.
If you idolize a real serial killer,
I don't idolize them, but I could talk a lot about them just because I've read a lot of the books.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, being interested in the why and what led to it, I get that completely. Idolizing a fucking person in real life who murdered people, we part ways there. Well, not me and Greg, because he agrees with me on this. About a hell of a lot. Yeah, I'm saying, like, it's okay to be into that stuff, but it's not okay to idolize a real life serial killer. So if you do, I believe that you belong in a mental institution. Fight me. Anyway, so there's a character in the mental institution who's all into serial killers. He's wearing a little clown mask. He's wearing, like, he spats out facts about Jeffrey Dahmer, about Richard Ramirez, etc.
And so he eventually sees Michael after, I'm just going to say it. So Laurie's in an insane asylum. She's basically fucking Home Alone, the nut house.
He's not wrong.
She basically Home Alone's the nut house into a fucking trap because she's like, fuck it, I'm killing this piece of shit. Like, she knows it's kind of how she is in the newest one, in that she's like, she knows that he's out there. She knows that he's going to try and come kill her, which, if that was the sequel where she realized, fine, whatever, he kills her in the first 10 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
As I said, I was reading on the IMDb page about that. You know why she's in that movie?
Why? Oh,
contractually.
Yeah.
She had to be. That's the only reason she's in that movie. And she doesn't like it. Oh, we have, you know what? The best line of the movie isn't even the worst thing in the movie.
What's the worst thing in the movie?
Oh no. No, the most memorable line of the movie isn't even the worst thing.
Was it trick or treat, motherfucker?
Of course.
Yeah.
Because that line is kind of like, okay, they know what they're doing.
I'm just watching Busta Rhymes and Michael Myers fight. So the fact that Busta Rhymes didn't just get killed like that, kind of sus. But it gets even better because Michael Myers doesn't die from that, because of course he doesn't. He's fucking Michael Myers.
You know what? I can actually tie this into the top 10 list. So this movie ends the exact same way that my number 10, Jason Part 6, ends. With a close-up shot of both of their faces and their eyes open. It's the exact same shot. He's on the gurney in the morgue, and Jason's underwater. If I had to pick, I'm going...
Yeah, wait, let's go back to your original question. What was the question again?
Which is the worst movie out of those two?
Halloween Part 5 or Halloween Resurrection?
Yes.
All right. What's your answer?
I'm saying Resurrection. Part 5 has one saving... You know what? 2 saving graces.
Yeah, what are they?
Danielle Harris is actually a decent child actor. It has Donald Pleasance.
All right.
That's it.
Look, it has Donald Pleasance, yes, and that's fine.
I know we're going to differ here, but...
We are definitely going to differ here. I would actually argue that Halloween Resurrection is better than Halloween Part 5. Halloween Part 5 to me is the worst one in the series. Not including Rob Zombie's movies, because those are worse. But I would say, like, Halloween Resurrection's not much better, but at least it got back to the core concept of Michael Myers killing a bunch of teenagers in a house. Like, that's all I need in a Halloween movie is Michael Myers stalking and like trying to kill some kids in a house.
Group of teenagers.
Yeah. So that's all. That's really it. I would say Part 5, the cop thing that we illustrated with the fucking clown music. The fact that they kill off once again, it's a horror trope that I hate. So they kill off the survivor girl from the last movie in the first act, which I just think it's lazy. Don't bring them back. Write her out of the series before we get there. If that's your only instinct is to kill them right away. Yeah. But yeah, that's it. That's that. Like, I mean, we can disagree on this, and it's fine. But what we can't disagree on is this. So I found a tier list. Hey, how you doing, buddy? We just went through our top 10 horror movies of all time. Of course, Halloween was number 1 for both me and Pumpkin. And then we were trying to decide on what is the worst movie, Halloween 5 or Halloween Resurrection. Greg thinks it's Halloween Resurrection. I think it's Halloween 5.
Here, let me do one follow-up.
Yeah.
It's not that far ahead. I'm not saying... like, neither one of them are good movies. They're not. But it's like we were saying earlier, it's a coin flip. I honestly, right now, I just think Donald Pleasance is one of the two saving graces of that movie.
Well, our good buddy Steve says Halloween 5 is the worst. So I'm just saying. He's watching his Blu-rays right now.
Thank you for keeping that going.
And Cyrus, thank you for the fucking Halloween screen. That actually got me.
While I'm thinking, since you mentioned the Blu-rays.
Yes, show this.
How much did we pay for this?
$0.
Yes.
No, they refunded me. They said they canceled my order, and I still got that thing. Same with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got it too. Jesus, we're the three that got. Yeah.
I immediately called you because you two were playing poker. I'm like, go on. Like, I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you're performing fucking open heart surgery. You need to go online right now.
All right. So really, I figure we can bang this tier list out in like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Halloween 1, S tier.
Oh yeah.
Halloween 2.
Third one right there.
Yeah. No.
Honestly, I would put that at the top. I honestly think it's a really good movie.
Oh, what's up? Yeah, you can have one. I don't care which. So I said I went to Wawa. Wait, if you just brought in the 2 tasty cake pies I got. Alright, so hold on. Halloween 3?
I'd go maybe A tier or lovely.
I would definitely go A tier. Lovely. Halloween 4, I would actually put it at A tier as well.
I would. Out of that timeline, I know you like 6. I think this is the best of the best of that.
Look, Halloween 6 is my favorite sequel. It is not good. But it's fun as hell. That's all I really needed out of it.
Also, thank you for keeping Blu-rays going, Steve.
All right, Halloween 5. I know where I want to put it. Halloween 5 director's cut is awesome. See, I don't think I've watched that.
See, I want to see here. We'll talk about it real quick. I want to see the version of that movie where he kills all the cops where Jamie's at the beginning of the movie. They filmed that. Like, they filmed him.
Oh, I know.
Kill all those people.
How about we go? The
footage is gone.
This is C tier. I'll put 5 in C. I won't put it in trash. D. I'll put it here.
So, next is 6.
Next is 6, which I'd put in B tier.
Yeah, I would. It's fun. It's not it's by far not the worst of the bunch.
All right. Halloween H2O. I'd actually put this. I'm not sure if I'd put it in A or S, to be honest.
I'd go A.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? It's not as good as the first two, but it's really enjoyable. Oh no, don't worry. That's just why I know that this list is going to be really quick. Halloween Resurrection.
I mean, ostensibly, it would have to be the same as C.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, not C.
As 5. I would say that they're both on the same. 2 tier for H2O. Yeah, A. I think the A is perfect for it. It's
when we were talking about horror follow-ups, like after Scream, that's definitely you can see Scream's influence.
So Halloween, Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Before you put it where I know you're gonna put it, the only thing, like the thing I will say about that movie is, at least he made it his own.
Cool. It's still going in D. That's trash. He made it his own and he made trash. Same with 2.
I'll say this. 1 is infinitely more watchable than 2. But 2 has an amazing opening 20 minutes.
It does.
And then it turns into a white zombie video.
It definitely
Here's
does.
the thing. The first one, I'll admit, I haven't seen it in years. I would actually put that on.
Yeah.
The second one makes zero fucking sense. Like, I'm not one of, like, I don't pay attention to character progression and like shit like that. The progression of Loomis in that movie, he goes from somebody that cares about Laurie, wanting to stop Michael, to all he cares about is his book deal and money. And it's the last 10 minutes of the movie when he realizes, okay, I fucked up.
Yeah.
And Laurie goes from, oh, I'm so depressed. Oh, let's go fucking rage at this party. Oh, I'm so depressed. It's not good.
As much as I'm appreciating these amazing recaps for 2 horrible movies, I think we can put them in D and move on.
Oh yeah.
All right. So now we get to Halloween 2018. We have differing opinions on this movie.
I would put it in A tier. I'm not putting it in S tier. Put it in A tier.
I did not like this movie. And here's why. And here's my reasoning. And I'm going to be honest. And you can either disagree with me or agree with me. It's fine. Either way. This movie, to me, took out all of the suspense of a Halloween movie. It was just straight up brutality. I was not on the edge of my seat at any point during this movie. The twist with the doctor is...
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like that part of it, but I love that. I still like that movie though.
The little kid comic relief actor kid, I understood people liked it. I didn't. So like to me, this is like you're saying A, I would probably put it in C. So I'm fine with splitting the difference and putting it in B. I will watch Halloween 3, 4, or H2O way more and like quicker and without hesitation than I would watch the latest Halloween.
Fine, just put it there.
Argue me. Come on, man.
I'm not, because we do this every time we do these fucking lists.
Just
one of the, dude, you know what I'm like. It takes a lot for me to hate a movie. Also, it was the best Halloween movie we have had in 20 years.
Nostalgia does not make a good movie.
I can't, dude, that's the thing. I can't help it. It just, I'm that person. Like, I get the nostalgia bug. I'm an easy
all right, I'll put Halloween 2018 in A if I can move Halloween 6 to S.
Bullshit! That's on fucking 2 levels. And you yourself even just said it's not a good movie. You're like, I'll put it up to A, yeah, sure. Like, I can see the fucking tear.
I'll put it in A. I will say, like, it does not hold a candle to Halloween 1
I'm not saying it did.
or Halloween
I will
2.
say this, though. Out of the entire franchise, it has one of my favorite moments in any of the movies.
Which is?
It's when he goes wholesale door-to-door murder. It's the homage to part 2 when he kills the lady in the kitchen, then he goes next door.
But that's one of the things I didn't like about the movie, is they make him way too more indiscriminate. The one person he kills in 2 before he gets to the fucking hospital, it's to get a knife. Like, that's the only reason he does it.
Actually, he already had the knife.
No, he takes the fucking knife that she's cutting ham with.
Yeah, and then he goes next door to kill a neighbor that has no.
I don't know, man. I feel like they went brutal for the sake of brutality in that scene.
I'm not saying they didn't. I just love that moment. It's either that or when he kills the kid in the guy's backyard with the motion lighting.
And that's a cool, like, I actually love that moment. I think that's a really cool moment where the lights turn off because he's just so still, and then they come back on and he's closer. Like, I like that. That was a really cool part in the movie. There are good parts to that movie. I'm not saying it's a shit movie. I would never say it's a shit movie. You don't need alcohol for this. It's okay. We're done. I put it in A. I'm not gonna hurt Pumpkin's feelings by putting it in where it belongs. You know, I'll put it where he feels it belongs. Laurie's portrayal is so good, but Michael's portrayal, I feel, is completely wrong. Whatever. Like, the podcasting thing in the beginning. Agree with me that whole plot line did not need to be in the movie.
I am with you on that podcast I was telling you about. I actually think I understand why they did it.
Why?
It's that way you can, if younger people that have never seen any of those movies, it's a way to get all the exposition out of the way in the first 10 minutes of the movie.
And you know how they did that in every other Halloween movie? A voiceover.
I know, but I put it this way, it didn't need to be there, but from that thought process, I understand. Put it this way, if that was the reason, then I understand it. We can have these two characters because we need people for him to kill.
But we don't.
Get all the exposition
he already,
out of the way
like, doesn't he already have, like, one of the highest body counts in any of the Halloween movies in this new one? Did he really need 2 more? No. Plus, they don't even get podcasting right. Like, the way that the dudes record, it just makes me laugh. I'm sorry.
Well, no, if you think about it like this, they're doing an episode about a guy that killed 3 people. Like, realistically, in the world of serial killers, not that impressive.
No, but the way that they're doing it, they're not going to let fucking podcasters in to meet a fucking serial killer, number one. They're fucking podcasters. It's not the news. Like,
when you look at who the doctor is.
No. You're not going to explain this away. It's a shitty plot line in that movie.
I'm not saying it isn't. The only reason I can buy it is just from a filmmaking standpoint, explain the exposition. I can see you, dickhead. I have your stream up.
You can see me because we're in Discord together. You can see me because we're in Discord together. I'm not hiding it.
But I was looking at the tier list.
Oh, look. Yeah, his indiscriminate spree. It doesn't. Look, it's fine. It's fine. We're not going to agree on this. I'm really hopeful for the sequel. I know that they're coming at it from a place of love. I know that Danny McBride and them, they love the Halloween franchise. But I feel like that movie, it doesn't feel like a Halloween movie to me. That's the best way I can put it. The only reason I haven't turned my camera on is I'm hammered. Oh, I need alcohol right now after that. Why don't you talk to the people while I go grab a beer?
Okay. So, now that somebody else is piece of shit. Hope that whole thing falls over right now. That's right. Burning it down for real.
Did you say anything while I was gone?
Yes, I did.
You say it real quick so that when I got back I wouldn't hear it?
Possibly. Oh. Somebody in your chat typed 40 TARDIS. We need another bad movie night. We already know what movie we're watching. I picked that one out on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, Halloween 2018.
Fuck yeah. And you the other night said it wasn't that bad, but no. Christmas Twister. Yes, Steve. There is a... You know what? Oh, actually, there's two movies we're watching on Prime. Christmas Twister and Fire Twister. Both of them star Casper Van Dien.
The Dean. My favorite bad movie, Runestone? Hold on.
Oh, real quick, I completely forgot this during our top 10. I would like to give my honorable mention for a movie that was
yeah, go ahead. What is it called?
in my top 10.
Go for it.
Sleepaway Camp. It's legitimately my favorite bad movie. That movie's not good, but I could watch that. You know what? Fuck it. I might go watch it as soon as I'm done this.
So, why don't you tell us a little bit about Sleepaway Camp?
It's a group of kids at a summer camp, and somebody's going around killing them. In the first 5 minutes, you have one of the most batshit insane introductions to a couple of characters ever. In the first 10 minutes of the movie, you find out that one of the characters is a pedophile. Like, blatantly, like, admits to, like, wanting to fuck kids. But,
you just saw his ass.
Yeah. The one thing that you can't take away from this movie, I would never spoil this movie, is the flat out balls to do what they do at the end of this.
Yeah, the twist ending for this movie is infamous and
Look,
amazing.
This movie's 40 years old. This is one movie I will never spoil for anybody because it literally ruins the entire movie.
And speaking of honorable mentions, do you mind if I talk about mine real quick?
Go right ahead.
Cool beans. So I did mention it briefly, but Night of the Comet. This is on par with what Greg was just saying, one of my favorite shitty movies. It is quintessential 80s schlock. During the night of a eclipse, everyone disappears except for people who were like in like lead-lined sheds and like buildings and stuff. It's weird. And then other people are mutating because of the eclipse. And it follows these two sisters as they kind of go around a post-apocalyptic world. And it's funny as hell. It is actually really legitimately a funny movie. Super 80s. Like, there's a whole scene in a mall. Those effects are amazing, by the way, if you didn't see them. That's also the girl from Chopping Mall. Linnea, I never remember her name. It's not Linnea Quigley. It's
Kelly Maroney.
Kelly Maroney. Thank you. It's so 80s, it's painful. It is. It's an amazing like 80s movie. I'll never not watch this. Like every October, Pumpkin and I, we watch at minimum 30 horror movies.
31. Last year I did 46.
Yeah, this year, every year, this is the first one I watch. Night of the Comet.
Probably the first one I watch every year, I think, is Killer Clowns.
Because it's just... Oh, Killer Clowns. Jesus. Oh my god, it's so good, though. So yeah, if you've never seen Night of the Comet, please do. Do yourself a favor.
Or Sleepaway Camp.
Or Sleepaway
Literally the most... Also, the greatest, the absolute greatest fake movie mustache you will see in your life.
Camp.
The funny thing is, the character you see 20 minutes beforehand has a real mustache. End of the movie, it's like black tar paper on his upper lip. It's so bad. The performances are over the top. But the ending, the flat out balls for the ending of that movie. Oh, you know what, Steve? Fuck
Split
you. That
Second,
movie's horrible.
Yeah, we're not talking about Split Second. Anyway, we also, before we kind of wrap up, because we've been going for 3.5 hours already. Jeez Louise. Before we wrap up, there was another thing we wanted to do, which was...
Real quick, the poll has had 4 votes.
And?
So far, sci-fi horror is got 50% of the votes.
All right, there we go. Well, I'll post it in the Discord, see if people want to goose those numbers. We'll see. I won't vote in it. You don't vote in it either.
I haven't touched it.
Greg. And then the last thing, we wanted to talk about hidden gems, right? Like 2 movies that
Okay.
we feel maybe not a lot of people know about or have seen. So I'm gonna bring yours up first.
Let me go to that page on Shudder, which,
Yep.
as we've talked about before, this movie is a Shudder exclusive.
There you go. So go ahead.
It's a movie called Haunt, which I first saw October of last year when Joe Bob Briggs hosted it on the Halloween Annie. Like, it's the simplest of setups. A group of kids go to a haunted house in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. They have to sacrifice all their phones, places where you gotta sign a waiver because the workers at the haunted house attraction, they can touch you and, fuck with you. You know going in that they're going to start killing these people, like they're killers. Fine. It is so unbelievably well made. The scares are genuine. Like, the reason, like, they don't have cell phones, you buy completely because they tell them, like, you have to lock them up. You can't bring them in. I was pleasantly amazed with how goddamn good this movie is. The 2 guys that wrote and directed it were 2 of the screenwriters for the first Quiet Place. And they even turned down doing the sequel. Like, look, we just want to do our own stuff now. And as Joe Bob said, you kind of have to admire the balls on that
To be like,
walk
oh,
away from it.
yeah,
You know,
a franchise
not bad
that's
for business.
making money and critically acclaimed to walk away and be like, no, we're gonna do our own thing. That's fucking ballsy.
Like, this movie's brutal. It has great kills. The last 60 seconds of the movie, I could see, Joe Bob's argument that you didn't need it.
Mm-hmm.
But the entire movie is just, it was favorite new horror movie I've seen year.
I like it. All right, so mine is not as new as that. Mine is from the far back in the past year of 2009. 12 years ago, this movie came out. It is a movie that absolutely got buried in the box office, barely made any money. I wish more people had seen this movie because it did well enough to earn a sequel that had a
I still have to watch the sequel.
that had a bigger budget and probably isn't as good. I still enjoy the sequel, but this movie is called The Collector.
I think they're making a 3rd one.
They are making a 3rd one. It is coming out this year. So this movie, it follows basically a thief who is he's not a bad guy, but he is a thief who goes to this house that he had been working on as a renovator, and basically somebody has also broken into the house as he did and is setting up death traps for the family. Think of it as Home Alone
Meets Saw.
Meets Saw. It's literally what it is. Like, there's all these traps, but this thief, like, is just as smart as the villain, the collector. And the whole thing is, it's basically a cat and mouse thing where the thief and the collector are trying to get each other. And there's even a moment in this movie, like, that solidifies that this thief is not a bad guy. Because first things first, the only reason he's there to break in stuff is because his wife is in debt to a loan shark. It's a whole backstory. But he breaks into this house. He's trying to steal some money or something. And now all this bad shit happens. He gets out. He gets out of that house and realizes that while all of the family is dead, the little girl is still alive. She's screaming at him from a window. He could have fucking walked away. He could have walked away. He had what he came for. He literally could have walked. He goes back in. It's the hero moment of the movie. It's fucking fantastic. Like, you say you like the sequel more. I thought the sequel explained too much. I like the ambiguity of the first movie because you don't know anything about the collector. You actually see the collector in the first 5 minutes of the movie. You don't see his face because he's an exterminator and he's wearing a fucking respirator. But Arkin recognize him. The Arkin's the name of the thief. Seriously, if you have not seen The Collector or The Collection, which is the sequel, I recommend them. They're a really fun watch. The Collection is a little different. And the ending to The Collector, I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it. It ends not the way you think it's going to end. I'll call it like that. Oh, You're Next. You're Next is a great one. I actually enjoyed that too.
Good movie.
Oh man. All right. Well, Pumpkin, do you have any parting words? What do you have to say?
In 3.5 hours, we've covered a lot.
We did.
I'm sure next time we do this, we'll remember more Monster Mania stuff.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting us to go 3 hours. I was gonna be like, let's play some games after. But it's already 11:30. I don't know. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Maybe anything non-horror related?
The only thing I can think of real quick off the top of my head that we didn't talk about, Shudder. Joe Bob Briggs comes back next month.
Is it a new series?
Yeah, it's a 3rd season, April 16th.
What's the show called? It's just
The Last Drive-In.
The Last Drive-In. Jesus
with
Christ.
Joe Bob Briggs.
It'll be season 3, right?
Yep. And there's only one movie I want them to show, and it would either have to be a Halloween special, or it would have to be the first or season finale.
Bring on the Joe Bob Briggs. Hell yeah, Joe Bob Briggs. So, actually, wait, yeah, this is a good thing. Just a quick topic to wrap up on. Who's your favorite horror movie host?
Cowboy Joe Bob Briggs.
Why?
Because he knows everything that you could ever possibly want to know about all this shit. And he's genuinely funny, and he seems like a cool guy. Like, please don't let me find out that he's a piece of shit.
No, there's no way he's a piece of shit. That would have came out years ago. He's been doing this for decades, right? Like, there would be at least rumors.
I remember growing up when I would stay over my grandparents' house when he was on TNT and he hosted Monster Vision.
Yeah.
I used to watch him on there. I never knew he was...
You never knew what?
When he was on the movie channel.
Okay. So you know Mayan. At
Elvira.
least, yeah, it's Elvira. I used to watch her show on, I think it was USA. I can't remember what channel it was on, but it was Up All Night with that's Wendy Shear.
Yeah, that was USA.
Yeah, that was Wendy Shear. I'm sorry, but Elvira also had her show Movie Macabre. It reminds me of the old Saturday Night Dead. Okay, that might be before our time, because, I mean, right now I'm not the oldest person in my stream. Neither is Pumpkin. But Elvira, for some obvious reasons and for some non-obvious reasons. Obviously, when I was a young boy, there's a real big reason, or two really big reasons, why I was into Elvira. But the fact of the matter is, she's also actually really, really fucking funny. Yes, boobs. She's actually really, really funny, and like I like that she stays committed to the shtick. You know what I mean? Like, she plays her character through and through.
That's why I also like Joe Bob, because he is that character.
Yeah, no, and like I completely get it. Cassandra Peterson, who plays Elvira, by all accounts, also a very, very lovely person. So I got nothing there. And I think I would say Elvira, you would say Joe Bob. Neither of us would say this one, and I actually really like this other one. Do you Svengoolie? Yeah. Do you know Svengoolie?
I've heard of him. I've never watched him.
Okay, he's on the Me TV, and he's got a rubber chicken. I'm selling this completely badly. Here, let me just pull up Svengoolie trailer. There, let's see if I can bring anything up. Oh, that's gonna. Oh yeah, here we go. So, all right, this is a trailer for a movie called The Long Long. Oh, anyway. So this is Svengoolie. It's kind of trippy. Hold on, let me see if I can find. Where the fuck is he? All right, yeah. That's not Svengoolie. God damn it. Of course, the thing I pull up for Svengoolie is not. All right, hold on. Of course. He's a horror movie. He's a horror movie host. Here. This might be a little better. There you go. So he's a horror movie host. He's on Me TV. He does these things in between like the movie he does sketches and stuff in between the movies. This is what Svengoolie looks like. Oh, god damn it. There. So it's like super low budget, like public access almost, and he's been doing it for I don't know how many years now.
It's 70s, I think.
Yeah. He's actually the second person to portray Svengoolie. There are two Svengoolies, the original and the guy who's doing it now. He tells corny jokes. He's really, really funny. He would be wifey's favorite horror host. Because all he plays is like old sci-fi and horror movies, like black and whites, and occasionally gets into like the 70s stuff, but that's about it.
So basically, he plays movies from when he was a kid.
Yeah. From when Steve was a kid, he plays those movies. Saturday Night Dead was a Philly local late-night horror movie program in the 80s that started at 1 a.m. So in the 80s, I was between the ages of 1 and 8.
Steve, shouldn't you have been in bed by then? You were like 40 in the 80s. Waiting for the chat response.
Oh, man. But seriously, Svengoolie, if you have Me TV, give it a watch. He's on every Saturday. Old. Get the fuck off my lawn. There you go. Yeah. I will watch Svengoolie. Wifey will absolutely adores him. She for a time there, she was she was watching him like every week, like every Saturday. She had Svengoolie on while she was doing stuff, and I was like, oh, he's actually pretty funny. And like I watched him a couple times. He's good. Like I'd put Joe Bob and Elvira above him, obviously, but that's what it is. He's good. And then Wendy Shearer did Up All Night. Do you remember Wendy Shearer?
Wait, was it Rhonda Shear?
Rhonda Shear. Thank you.
I never watched it. I remember seeing the commercials at the time.
So Gilbert Gottfried did it as well, but we all remember is of course Wendy Shear.
Steve, we're never watching that movie.
Hold on. Oh, this is her. She has the cast of Weird Science on her show.
It was on USA, so
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna ruin Weird Science for myself, but there's Lee Tergesen. Your favorite dude from was he in Sons of Anarchy?
nah.
What was he in?
He was on Oz.
Oz. There you go.
He was in Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the beginning.
Yes, but if you guys can't realize why people liked Rhonda Shear, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Anyway, she was actually really funny too. But there's another Elvira situation where you have a really pretty lady hosting these horror movies.
Oh.
And doing
I
cheesy
guess,
comedy.
A closing thing that I forgot to put on the poll that I just thought of. Definitely won't be a top 10 because I'm not going to be able to think of 10. Favorite jump scares.
Charlie Sheen, George Clooney, Laura Dern in the same bad 70s horror film, like Grizzly 2. I am not watching Split Second Grizzly 2.
No, I think it's.
I'm sorry. It's just Grizzly 2. Oh god. I haven't seen Grizzly 1. Won't I be confused? Won't I not know the plot points?
The lore, I mean, of, you know.
Hold on. Here we go.
It'd be funny if he actually was taking you seriously.
So he said, who's in it? George Clooney, Charlie Sheen, and Laura Dern. Laura Dern is the lady from Jurassic Park, right? Okay. Where's George Clooney? I need to see the Clooney. Is that the Clooney? That's... Wait, is that... Wait. Wait a minute.
While we're watching this, I watched the new Wrong Turn movie.
Is that the dude who's the professor from Sliders and the dwarf?
Jones?
The dwarf from Lord of the Rings?
That sure as shit looks like him.
It is.
Steve said.
What the fuck? Maybe I do have to watch Grizzly too.
Oh, I watched Freaky.
How was it?
It was really good. The first kill of the movie was violent.
I still haven't seen Clooney. I'm a little
I gotta ask, like, is there a bear in this fucking movie?
Good question.
Because the movie.
Wait, it's a giant bear. It's a giant bear. For 5 minutes. Oh god.
So it's like Birdemic.
Oh, coming 2020?
Oh yeah, I think it was like one of those things that was never.
Oh, it was never released until 2020. Oh.
Look, if I'm watching a movie that was never, I'm gonna watch Hogzilla.
I've already watched Hogzilla.
I haven't watched it yet. I haven't seen that episode.
It was made in the 70s and never released. Holy shit. Plot twist, the bear is just a massive gay guy who kills people. Yeah.
I would watch that movie.
I would watch that movie too.
Only thing is, I would be more interested in that version than a giant killer grizzly bear.
I mean, there's pluses and negatives. Giant killer grizzly bear.
No, wait. Is the gay guy a giant?
I guess we'll never know.
Steve has the bly right.
Oh, man, now I feel like I have to go find Grizzly too. Fuck me. Yeah, why not? Exactly.
Remember, next time, I'll give you my review. Wrong Turn 2021.
Oh, yes, I am curious.
One of those was good. The other, not so much.
Wait, what? What is the review of Wrong Turn 2020? What was the other one?
It's freaky.
Oh, Freaky. Okay. Uh-oh.
One was good. Other was not. Tune in next time to find out.
Wrong Turn was the bad one.
He's not wrong in that.
All right. I had no doubts. Freaky actually looked really good. So, because it's Freaky Friday, but it's Vince Vaughn as a serial killer and then as a teenage girl.
They
How
were
can
they
you
were
go
going
wrong?
to call it. They were originally going to call it Freaky Friday the 13th.
Ha! Nice. Fuck. I would watch.
Fine.
I would have. That's a great title, actually.
Since we've been meaning to end this, I will give you a brief. I will say this. I kind of see, like, it's not mutants. Like, it's not some mutant, like, fucking hillbillies that are killing them. It's a group of people that left and went into the Appalachian woods right before the Civil War started. So it's just generation after generation that live in the woods. They just don't want to. They don't want to be bothered. Naturally, people go on a hike. They fucking start killing them. They're literally completely normal. They don't look inbred. They look just normal fucking people. Which, fine. They went different. Understandable. They don't want to do the same thing. It's just, I don't know. It's like I see a wrong turn. I want to see some fucked up kills. Don't happen.
I mean, we can talk about the Wrong Turn movies. And hey, TTV, how you doing, man? The Wrong Turn movies after 2, they're not worth watching.
I think I've seen 3.
I've seen all of them, except for this new one.
2's actually really good.
2 is like it's completely different stylistically, but
Once again, the black guy lives.
2 is definitely worth it. Henry Rollins as a Marine drill instructor who's running a reality TV show in the woods. The reality TV show being called Doomsday.
Yeah, it's at the height of when reality shows, like, they were all over the place. It's
super
it's actually
good.
Shockingly for a direct-to-video sequel. It's actually a decent. It's a fun movie.
I'd say it's good. I don't like the first one is good and it's for its own reasons, and the second one is good for its own reasons. But like tonally, like completely different. It's weird because like the first one's very very serious and very very like these inbred hillbillies are in the West Virginia mountains and they're killing everybody. Oh no! And then the second one's like the main characters in the first movie are the survivors. The main characters in the second movie are the inbred hillbillies. Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing with the new one. The one, like, couple of things I'm like, at least if you're gonna do it, don't remake the movie. You're making it different, so you're not literally doing the same thing again. Like, it had cool concepts. It just didn't love it, didn't hate it. Just no reason to, unless we watched it, on a movie night. No reason to watch it again.
That's a shame. I had high hopes for the remake or the reboot or whatever you want to call it of Wrong Turn because, like I said, after the second one, those movies just become
Exactly what you think. Cannon fodder.
cannon fodder. Yeah, that's about it. It's like I wanted them to be so much more. Because that first movie, holy shit, so good. Oh man. All right, I think we are gonna wrap up. Kind of reminds me of Night of the Demons 1 and 2. Yeah, yeah, because the first one's a straight horror. The second one is kind of a comedy, horror comedy, almost. I don't know. Oh, and the demons. Yeah, you're right. In the sense that in the first Night of the Demons, the main characters are the kids. And the second one, the main characters are the demons. Oh, the third is pure comedy and was direct to TV or something. Oh. Let's wrap up because another 45 minutes. Sorry. I have to finish my beer.
This is the longest we've talked to each other in a while. Fucking COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, I miss this, Pumpkin. I miss this. I miss seeing that beautiful face. That beautiful facial hair.
Wait,
I miss you too, Steve.
I have a question for chat, particularly Steve. If he was here for the what is the movie, Part 5 or Halloween Resurrection?
He agreed with me. It was Part 5.
Okay. I couldn't remember. No, I couldn't remember if he was in the chat at the time.
Part 5 is the worst of the two. And Halloween,
like I said,
2018.
Like
no,
I said,
I'm stopping. I'm just kidding.
That and Resurrection, it's literally neck and neck. Which one is?
He says Part 5, the original release. He did say that the director's cut is way better, or the producer's cut, whatever it is. I don't know.
I would love to see it if they actually had the footage.
Yeah, because I like the producer's cut for Halloween 6. I actually like more than the theatrical cut. It's in the box set. He's not wrong. Yeah. So you have the producers or directors or whatever cut it is of Halloween 5. You can watch it. And if the clown fucking music is in it, then you know that Steve's a bold-faced liar.
Well, no, I know the footage where he kills all the cops at the kid's nut house. That's never been found. Here, spoiler alert, if sci-fi horror is still in the lead by the next time we do this, a movie that all the really fucked up footage is I believe permanently lost could very well be on my list. Event Horizon.
I thought you were going to say Tammy and the T-Rex because they found that footage.
Oh no, that was never lost. They just cut it out to make a PG-13 movie.
Oh, you guys, we should watch Tammy and the T-Rex together sometime. That'd be fun.
I still have to see it.
We could watch the Joe Bob one. Joe Bob version.
Of course, I'm gonna watch that version of it.
Special edition of My Bloody Valentine. So that's another thing. Like, another discussion at least is alternate cuts of movies. Like Halloween 6 is the one that always springs to my mind.
That's the most noticeable. Like My Bloody Valentine, it's mainly they just added more gore to it. Like Halloween 6 producer's cut is literally a different movie.
Yeah, at the end of that, Dr. Loomis becomes Michael Myers. And Michael Myers becomes the Man in Black.
What the fuck?
And Paul Rudd defeats Michael Myers with runes. Runes! Little pieces of wood with runes carved in them. That's how he beats Michael Myers. It's so good. Why don't you need to agree? Well, that's the producer's cut. It's not the theatrical cut, so I don't feel like I'm spoiling you. He defeats
Oh, no,
Michael Myers because he's Paul Rudd. I mean, I've had a crush on Paul Rudd since that movie or Clueless. I don't know which one I saw first, but they both came out around the same time. Both movies claim introducing Paul Rudd.
Clueless came out first. He filmed Halloween first. So technically, Halloween 6 is
his first movie. There you go. See? So
oh no, he doesn't age. He literally looks the exact fucking same.
Paul Rudd is amazing, and
he also has the best, ongoing joke whenever he's on Conan.
Where he shows Mac and me.
Yep.
But Paul Rudd is the sexiest man alive.
Oh, and the worst thing, he was going to be at Monster Mania one.
He was, and I was going to get him to sign my Halloween 6 shit.
Oh, you would have waited in that 4-hour line for him. For once, I would have been the person standing there waiting with you.
Yep.
And then he got pulled.
Yeah. To go film Ant-Man. No, I don't. That could be true.
I think that had already come out. It's on Shudder, Steve.
It's on Shudder right now. You can watch the uncut version of Tammy and the T-Rex right now if you have Shudder. Just remember, hashtag not sponsored, but hashtag get a sponsor.
We accept anything from
because we both highly recommend Shudder. We're giving them free advertising, but I will give them free advertising until they decide to give me money.
Hashtag I will take a autographed picture of the last drive-in people.
Sure. I'll take an autographed picture of Darcy and Joe Bob Briggs.
Yeah, considering the picture they usually use is her standing behind him with her tits resting on his head.
And now we all understand why Pumpkin likes Joe Bob Briggs.
I'm not going to deny it.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, this is not like one of my normal streams. This is what happens, by the way, in real life when me and Greg are hanging out. Like, we're like, okay, we're going to call it a night, and then we'll sit out front of my house and talk for an additional hour to 2.
The reason I cannot wait so we can physically be in the same room together, we will watch a wrestling event. Then, for, I'd say, 2 hours afterwards, our favorite pastime is to go to YouTube, look for instant knockout or karma videos, pause the fight before it starts, and then bet or guess who's going to get knocked out in the video. We've done that for hours.
Private Wars? I think I've seen it. Is it the Trauma movie? No, that's Trauma Wars.
I think that's literally just called War.
Oh, yeah. Trauma's War. Private Wars. There's an anime called Private Wars. Uh-oh. I'm assuming it's the 1993 movie that you want me to look up the trailer for. So here we go.
People of Jackson Heights are resisting my efforts to relocate them.
There's no food coming in. There's no fuel. How much longer are we supposed to take this crap?
Oh.
This is our home, and no one's gonna chase us away. No way I'm leaving over my dead body. Have a nice trip.
They killed my brother.
We're family people. We don't know nothing about fighting.
Then we just have to get someone who does. That's Jack Manning.
He just shot an unarmed car.
I'm gonna offer them $500,000 in cash, but they've got to be out of there in 48 hours.
And what if they don't go for it?
The clock is ticking.
Oh, God. This is a Save the Movie, like, Save the Rec Center movie.
We get bigger grenade launchers.
Is it?
But it's
Please
a save.
tell me this guy goes on a violent rampage to, like, fucking save this place.
Fall just like all the others.
Yeah, they're trying to save their neighborhood from the greedy real estate developer.
What is this movie called?
Private War.
But I'm not a killer.
I'm watching it.
Kill everyone.
Oh, you get bigger grenade launchers. Yeah. Holy shit.
This looks like all the right kind of bad.
All right, I don't know that guy's name, but he's the fake Carl Weathers. I never remember his real name.
There can only be one winner.
Ooh. Paul Reisbeck. Thank you.
Is that the black guy?
Yeah. He's the guy that you get if you can't get Carl Weathers.
I want to be a part of it. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it.
Steven Reisbeck. Railsback. Who knows? Oh my god. I am not... He's the guy from Life Force. Yes! Yes, he is. Good call. Oh my god, Life Force. Have y'all seen Life Force?
The black gentleman is Dan Tullis Jr. Oh my god.
What's up?
No, So, were you talking the black guy if you can't get Carl Weathers?
Yeah, that's who I was talking about. I think Steve was talking about the main guy, the guy who they're hiring to protect their community.
So, he was on Married with Children. He was Officer Dan, Al's friend, the cop.
The ultimate
There you go.
moving, searching, destroying.
Yeah, Life Force I've
from
seen.
body to body,
I don't know
from
if
life to
Greg's
life,
seen Life
from
Force.
man
No, I'm watching it.
changing, growing.
No, wait,
burning
Life
for
Force
our
now. I know the movie.
force.
How did this get made? Did it?
Okay.
I've never seen it. Where it's like space vampires.
Yep. That might be a little too racy for Twitch. I don't know. Some side boob there. That's I don't know.
I know she gets naked.
Wait, you've never seen it, and you make fun of me? I've seen it.
From the director of Poltergeist, from the special effects creator of Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
All right.
You know
So
what?
from
You
the
can actually
director
tie
of
this
the director of Poltergeist and the special effects of what was it? Star Wars? Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
The Motion Picture.
You also
One
mean the
force.
director of the Texas
In the
Chainsaw
blink of
Massacre.
an eye, the terror begins.
It's a TriStar release from '85. You know you want to watch it. Oh, there's
Directed by Toby Hooper.
it is direct. Oh wow. Okay, there you go. Wait.
From the director of Poltergeist and the writer of
Oh, this is the better trailer. God damn it.
I'm getting a very small radar cross section.
Well, whatever. We can watch Life Force in the movie theater channel at some point. I have it. Oh my god. All right. Well,
We've
we're
officially gone for hours. I'm ending it now.
yeah, I'm ending too. All right. Thanks everyone for listening to two old idiots talk about horror movies for 4 hours. Have a good night, Steve. Have a good night, Saya. Have a good night, Rose. Have a good night, Coil. Chrissa. Magical stopped by for a minute there. TTV stopped by for a minute there. Miss Frostbite. Thank you all, everyone, for stopping by and watching, two old men talk about horror movies for about 4 hours. Or horror-related stuff, at least, for about 4 hours. We will catch you all soonish. I'll be back at it on Sunday, doing Sleepy Sunday. And Pumpkin, when are you going to be streaming again?
I don't know.
If you don't follow this beautiful bearded, mustachioed man, please do. He just did a 4-hour stream, same as me.
I haven't had anything to drink in 3.5 hours, and I've been talking for, so I am thirsty.
I had 2 beers. You got me through 2 beers, so I appreciate that. But yeah, I'll be back on Sunday with, like, if this isn't your jam, I'll be back playing some games. But this is going to be a regular thing. just because we want to be able to have these long, stupid, meandering conversations where we talk about stuff for way too long. And just
we would be doing it in person if we weren't doing it here.
Exactly. So thanks everyone.